Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24, Creator Team Career with Cadillac here on the PC. Tonight it is round 16 and we are heading to Miami. So it is time for the American leg of our season. We haven't been to Miami that much since we started this campaign. This is only, I think, our third visit here out of the 5 seasons. It did go away for a couple of years, came back last year, and this year, hopefully, will be a little bit better for us. We shall see how that goes. Let us take a quick look at where we stand in all the relevant championships. So, as you can see on the main page here, we're not doing too bad, but we are lagging behind Red Bull a little bit. There's not that many rounds left, and given... oh, wait. We are running the wrong mods. And we are running the wrong mods because... I have been testing the new 2026 regulations. So I need to quickly close the game down and sort the mods out. So let me show you how easy that is for me to do because of the way I've got my mods set up. So got a nice little shortcut to where the pack files are kept. And then if I open up another one, there we go. So these are the mods that we normally use. And these are the ones that I've been testing. Basically, I've spent the weekend testing out the new version 4, version 4.1.4 of realistic racing, trying to just get a handle on I have to just shut the process down because it's still running in the background. Now it's finished. Now I open up Task Manager, it's finished. There we go. So there we go, drag and drop. And if I refresh, there we go, we've got the correct mods in again. So let's quickly reload. Plonk that back in and back to live scene. There we go. Yeah, as soon as I realised it said Red Bull Racing, I'm like, yeah, something's wrong. I was actually in a test at the Chinese Grand Prix using the 2026 regs right before this stream, which is why I forgot to change them over. Yeah, in the constructor standings, you can see Ford are top with 411 points. We picked up 3 points more than them in the last round, but they still scored quite a hefty amount of points themselves. So it's very slow going, trying to close that gap down. We are, what, 77 points behind them? No. 83 points behind them. Yes. 83 points behind them. It's a big gap to try and close down when they are in better form than us for the most part. I mean, I say better form. We've been consistently scoring in every single round. It's just they've been scoring more points than us on average this season. Hence the reason they are leading the constructor standings. But in the Drivers' Championship, Max closed the gap a little bit to Oscar in the previous round. You can see outscored Oscar by 8 points. Hopefully it would have been, I was hoping it would have been more, with Oscar not having a great weekend, but it didn't quite work out for Max either. So, yeah, the gap is 27 points in the Drivers' Championship. We still have, a realistic chance of fighting Oscar for the title. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. Fingers crossed. He has a couple more iffy weekends, and we have a couple more absolutely stellar weekends. And who knows? Maybe, just maybe, Max might become a 5-time world champion. And then in the pit stop challenge, we've actually started scoring points again, which has been a while since we've actually had any significant income of points in this competition. So we've gone from comfortably leading to slipping down to third, but now we are right back on the heels of Ferrari. We are 14 points behind Ford and just 3 points behind Ferrari. We have got Williams steaming up on the back of us as well, though. They're now just 17 points behind us. So it's almost become a four-way fight in this competition. I'm not sure if Williams are still in it. I mean, there's still a fair amount of points available. So, yeah, Williams could still theoretically win the DHL pit competition this year. But HiTech and McLaren are definitely too far behind, I think, to challenge with so few rounds remaining now. So, that's all looking interesting and exciting. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, we could do win the triple crown. We could win the drivers, constructors, and the pit stop challenge. But somehow, I think the only realistic options are the pit stop and the drivers. And I think we might have more luck in the drivers than anything else. So that's how it is. Right, let's see who's in chat. We've got Itzy, we've got Daniel, we've got Army, Beard, Dino. Victor's here as well. Good to see you guys. Hello to anyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please feel free to say hello. I do try and answer any questions that we have. And we're a friendly bunch. So let's take a quick look at our car, shall we? I can't remember if we've got our new chassis ready yet. No, we haven't. We've got the first one started. But as you can see, it's still 9 days away. And I don't have the money to start the second one yet. So that'll have to wait. We've only got $200,000 in the bank. We do have some research going through. As you can see, we've got wing projects for front and rear and an underfloor going. We've got a slot here, but no opportunity to actually sort that out. Got a little bit of a gap, though, to Miami. And I think if memory serves, we are going to have to sort out some money again in this stream. So, let's take a quick look at the calendar, shall we? This is where we are. We just did our pit crew training at the end of the previous stream for October. So we've now got this period of time here where we've got our projects all ending, no cash, and then money from the sponsors on the 15th, at which point we will probably have to mod in more money. And then hopefully, at that point, we will finally get back to being able to manage our fulfillment again. We've been getting closer each time. Good evening, Johnny. Car is the worst. It is, but not by a massive amount. And we have our own Cadillac engine we introduced a couple of seasons ago. This is season 3 of our engine, I believe. Okay, so the factory upgrade is finally complete. That was an expensive purchase with a view to next year rather than anything else. Our wind tunnel now needs a refurb. That's going to cost me $1.5 million. We've got our design center upgrade still 54 days away, and then we're getting very close to these braking as well. And the rest of our facilities, let's see, we know about the weather center. Hospitality is going to break very, very soon. Helipad's not too far behind it. Memorabilia's that's going to go soon as well. Tour center's fine, so that's something. Did I enjoy the Chinese Grand Prix? Yes, I did, to a degree. Although it was more enjoyable than Australia. Still a couple of concerns, but See how Suzuka goes, I think. Taking it on a race-by-race basis at the moment. Definitely a better experience than Australia was. All right, Jack Crawford goes up by a little bit. Our front wing project is complete. As was our rear wing just a couple of days ago. Don't have the money to start another one yet. And we have the first of our new chassis, which is worth very little. There you can see just what that will bring in terms of improvements. This is our final upgrade for the year. It's going to bring a tiny amount of speed, a little bit of DRS, and a tiny bit of extra downforce, and a smidge of extra engine cooling. And we only have one right now. We have to build some more, but funds are not with us just yet. Will be soon, though. There is another rear wing project done. And this is where we find out how much money we need. Oh, look how close we are to actually fulfilling our requirements this time. So let me jot this down. We made 5.85 mil. I'll not bother about the 417. And then we got a little bit from a guided tour as well. So we should have had 9.24. Trying to see if I can do this in my head. So that means I think we need to add 3.29 mil. My brain isn't working properly. It's let's get the calculator out just to make sure I haven't messed that up in my head. So 5.84, and we want to add in 3.29. That gives me 9.13, so I did mess it up. So I'll need to add in an extra 0.11. There is an easier way for me to do this. It's just simply 9.24 minus what we earned, which was 5.85. 3.39, that's what I'm missing. So, yeah. Can't even do simple maths today. Brain is just fried. But let's see what we've got coming up anyway. We've got a guided tour, so again, not much on the mandatory, 330k. Can we actually achieve proper fulfillment this time? Let's see. So we're going to have to use Lando and Max, I think, and Ugo. And looks like we're going to have to do everything here. So head of aero, another head of aero. He's going to get hammered. And then, oh, look how close we are. We are so close. And then let's get Joe in there as well. We're just missing out, but we are almost at the point now where we have recovered from the glitch. Almost. So let's confirm the sponsor plan. I might just waive that little bit for the next one. So now that we've done that, we need to hit save. And we need to update our save. And then we need to bring in the database editor once again. So let's make our way over there. We can also check car performance as well. Actually, no, we can't because it's a little... some of the teams might not be properly updated by that point. Let's go to our team, though. Where are we? There we are at the bottom. So we need to add in 3.39 million. And we had about 400 or so, didn't we? So let's just round that up to 6.582. Which is slightly less than what we should have got in total, but it rounds it up. So our new balance should be 9.972. So let's go ahead and update that. That's actually a decimal. That should be a comma. There we go. And we'll hit save. Well, let's take a look at the performance grid while we're here. So we've got Miami coming up. So this is the parts, as you can see, we have a very, very small improvement. If I zoom in a bit, clicked off by mistake. If I zoom in a bit, there we go. You can see we do have a very slight increase. Now this line represents development, doesn't represent what's actually fitted on the cars. As is evidenced by the fact that we've built one of those two chassis and we haven't put it on the car yet, and yet we're still seeing that slight edge. This is where McLaren are. They are the car that is next in terms of performance. They are on 1.2%, give or take, above us in terms of actual development potential. Aston Martin are still about 5.5% ahead of us and comfortably ahead at the moment of Mercedes by a full percentage point. So Aston Martin have really stepped up their development this year. You can see that they got that massive jump there for Baku, and then they've just been the top car ever since then, at least in terms of what they've developed. Doesn't necessarily mean those parts are on the car, but that is what is, they are in development. So if we go to an overview and see where everyone sits in terms of actual individual breakdowns of performance, we are very much a slow car. Alpine, actually, HiTech, currently have the quickest car in terms of top speed, and we are down on them by just over 7%. Acceleration, we're still not great there. We're 10th, 8th in the low speed, which is not too bad. 11th in medium speed and in high speed, so that's not so good. We are also 11th in DRS. 10th in dirty air tolerance. Tyre wear, though, we are in 3rd place, so you can see Mercedes have moved above us as well now. Aston have jumped actually quite a nice way ahead of us. But we've still got pretty good tyre wear compared to the rest of the grid. And when you look at Toyota down here, 72.5%, we've got a very, very healthy margin over them, over 9% there. And then the engine power is just showing what, the power of each engine is. So Ferrari, Mercedes, they have, and Ford. No, that's Minardi, isn't it? Maserati, sorry. McLaren, Ferrari and Mercedes engines are at 100% power. The Ford engine and the Audi engine are at 97.5%. Toyota are using the same as Honda, so the Honda engine is at 95%, as is the Cadillac engine, and the BMW engine is at 92.5%. That will be getting a little bit of a bump next season. All engines will be getting a bump of 2.5% engine power for next season, and then 2.5% of other performance will come off somewhere else, so that all engines will have a total, I think it was 350 points was the what's the word I'm looking for? Was the total pool of points that I made available for each engine. So engine cooling, our engine cooling, not so good. But we are slightly better than Maserati and not too far behind Aston. So Aston may be quick, but they are also with the same engine power as us, and they cook it almost as quickly as we do. There we go. Let's create the save. There we go. Save 18. Let's open up our save game shortcuts. Go to my downloads. Grab that. Drop it in and overwrite. That's weird. Oh, no, I'm trying to drop it in the wrong folder. That's very weird. What the hell did I just try and do? Or was that something else? Let me see if that actually works. It should have done. Yes, it has. There we go. 9.972. All right, let's go back to full screen. So, now that we've got that little bit of malarkey dealt with, we can actually spend a little bit of cash again. So, let's go into car development, manufacturing, and start building some more of those chassis now that we can afford to. Let's build 3 more. There we go. What else are we short on car part wise? Let's have a look in the warehouse. An extra side pod, an extra suspension wouldn't go amiss. So let's do those. Because we still have 5 rounds to go. So I'd like to have a spare for each car. Alright, and we do have that 4th slot now, which is quite nice as well. So if we do suddenly need to build something else, we don't have to wait, which is quite nice. Let's get some more research done. When is the next ATR? Are we in it yet? No, 13 days to go until the next and final ATR period of the season. Now that we've got a reloaded save as well, we can actually have a look at what we've done so far. So the chassis is being sacrificed, as are the side pods, to make sure that we get our ATR hours where we need them. So there's our front wing. I believe that's had 2 ATRs now. Still losing a huge amount of performance against next season's regulation changes. There is our rear wing. Then we've got our side pod, which again we're sacrificing an ATR on. And then we've got our underfloor. Underfloor's not looking too bad, but again, we're nowhere near the performance levels of the previous season. And then the suspension as well, which is also actually looking pretty good, all things considered. So we will continue to try and boost those as much as we can. The front wing, we definitely want more on the front wing. Once again, I want to try and just give a little nudge towards tyre wear. There we go. One engineer. That'll take me towards the end of November. That's fine. And then we'll do another rear wing. That should take about the same amount of time. And I want to work on the DRS a little bit more. Go. And let's go with another suspension again, so we can just make sure that our tyre wear gets as much love as possible for next season. There we go. Let's stick an extra engineer on that one, or an extra 2. will take me to the 8th of November, and then another quick one will get me through to the end of November, and then we'll have time for another one to the end of December. So we'll stick 3 engineers on that one there. We've got an underfloor finishing in 14 days as well, and then that'll set us up quite nicely for the next ATR period. Oh, my game just crashed. Damn it. Okay, that's frustrating. So now we're going to have to do that all over again. We'll have to save, so we won't have to worry about rebooting all that money back in again, because that save's still created. But we will have to do that little bit of research planning and manufacturing again. This is the downside to running a lot of mods, is that every now and again it just goes, "No, I can't," and gives up. It also happens if you have some mods conflicting with each other. I did have an issue with that at one point when I was testing the 2013 mod. I didn't realize I had a custom wheel pack. So I had a custom tire pack in, and I also had the 2026 tires in there as well, and they were competing and not working very well together. They were, they don't coexist together, so it kept causing my game to crash quite frequently. And since I took one of those out, much more stable. Evening, Nigel. Right, where were we? Oh yes, development. So let's get those chassis built again. Get 3 of those. Confirm. And then it wasn't underfloors, was it? It was side pods and suspensions. 1 of each. There we go. Right. So let's quickly whack this back in again. What I also want to do is actually not so much tyre wear on this one. I want to go airflow sensitivity. That's my dirty air tolerance. Do a bit of a boost there and a bit of a boost there this time as well, like that. Again, 1 engineer, and then the last one we did was suspension, wasn't it? There we go. And we want to boost the tyre wear, and we want 3 engineers. There we go. All right, we're all caught back up to where we were just a couple of moments ago. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, thank you again, Nigel, for the access. Really enjoyed having a multi-feed setup, 4 driver cams on one screen, and then the actual main feed on the other one. I did find it kept breaking, and I had to keep reloading the page, which then meant I had to pause all the driver cams because they weren't synced up. Which is very strange. They were actually slightly ahead. So I was just getting the driver cams all prepped, listening to the commentary on the other screen, and then they all started moving. I'm like, well, what the hell's going on? And then I turned back to the other screen, and they were still on the grid, and then they went away. It's like, what the... And then I realised, yes, trying to sync all the driver cams up to the actual feed was a bit of a nightmare at times, but yeah, got it sorted in the end, and it was great to actually see some of the onboard stuff. And while the drivers were fighting. So to start with, I had Antonelli, Russell, Hamilton and Leclerc as my 4 driver cams, because I knew that they were going to be the interesting fight for the first half of the Grand Prix. And then towards the end, I decided to get rid of George and get rid of Leclerc. And I switched after the Ferrari had finished fighting. But before I got rid of Leclerc, I got rid of George, and I put Max on, and then Max immediately retired. I'm like, yeah, I think I've just jinxed Max. I turned it on, and then like 10 seconds later, he starts to slow down and has to box to retire the car. So I jinxed Max. That was fun. And then I switched him for Hadjar, and I'm like, don't own me Hadjar. And then towards the end, I then switched to I kept Hamilton and Antonelli, and then I switched to Colapinto and Sainz to see if they were going to have a really good fight at the end, which never quite materialised. But that was quite interesting, especially watching George coming through to lap them. I was like, oh, is this going to open up an opportunity? But it didn't. So, yeah, very good. Very good. Enjoyed it. Didn't watch the IndyCar until today because I slept through it and had to wait for it to then appear in the replay feed to actually watch it. So I watched that this afternoon. I haven't quite finished it yet, actually. I'm about half an hour of the race still to go. So, yeah, that's what I got up to this weekend. What did everyone else get up to with the Grand Prix? Anyone else have some multi-angle fun, or did you not even watch it? Something in the inbox. It is just an email to telling us we have very few chassis, which you already know about because we're building more. There's our side pods and suspension. So we're back to 2 spares on each. There's our second chassis, just in time for Miami. So let's fit that to both cars. There we go. This is the day of the Grand Prix now, isn't it? It is. So we can actually get an updated and more accurate look at how everyone else's car performs if we go back into the editor and reload that save now. And let's see if they brought any upgrades on top of what we knew about. Performance, there we go. So there's our small upgrade there. Looks like McLaren have got a small upgrade of their own. That is Williams overtaking Ford. So they've just, it's very small. Look at that margin, it's tiny. But they have pulled ahead by 0.13%. We've got a flatlining Maserati. Doesn't surprise me, they are being bought out next season. Then it's Audi, just ahead of HiTech, who have dipped in performance. A nice little upgrade going on the TGR. Small upgrade for Ferrari, another upgrade for Mercedes, and no change to Aston. So that is the performance index going into this Grand Prix. Let's see how we can actually do. Fingers crossed we can have a good result. We are going to go with the usual 18th or higher for both. I don't think we'll have any issues hitting those targets. Points, hopefully.
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1 returns to the Magic City. We're in the state of year-round summer. The streets of Miami Gardens will come alive with the roar of racing, and the excitement is only just beginning. It was Charles Leclerc who tasted victory in the last race, but he will surely be looking to find the recipe for success again and achieve another podium place. There's nothing like a race weekend in Formula One.
The Ferrari merry-go-round. Yeah, if you haven't yet seen anything from Lollipop Man F1 comics, you really need to, because they literally do show the Ferrari merry-go-round as the two drivers just spinning in place when they get into their little fights. It's really funny. So yeah, go check out Lollipop Man comics. Very, very good. Right, we have a normal Grand Prix weekend, no sprint. So, let's put Ugo back in the car. We'll take Max out. We want to run, let's see, it's about 17, 18 laps to Miami. Let's put 20 laps of fuel in. He's not going to be running that long anyway, but it's just nice to have a little bit of spare fuel. We'll run soft tyres in this session. It is going to be dry all weekend, isn't it? Let me check the weather again. Oh, I didn't even realise that. We've got a very, very wet race ahead of us. Ooh, okay. That makes things interesting. Yes, we'll run the hard tyres for Norris. We'll put 22 laps of fuel in for him. Let's go to our engine parts, etc. Switch those out. We'll go with the 15% engine. That'll get us through practice as long as it doesn't develop an issue. We'll use the older ERS. And what's our gearbox situation like for Lando? We'll go with that one. We still have another spare gearbox, which is nice. Don't have that for Max, though, if memory serves. Let's have a look. We'll go with the 24% engine. Again, as long as it doesn't develop an issue, it'll be fine. And then ERS. We'll go with the older ERS. And gearbox. We'll go with the 26% gearbox. I'll keep that as our emergency last resort backup if something happens to our other one, as has already happened a couple of times this season. So there we go. We've done the fuel and we've done the driver options. We've done the car parts. Now we need to do the setups. So let us start with a 7 on the front. We'll go with a 13.5 on the rear. I'm going to go with a 3.7 on the roll bar. Then we're going to whack that all the way up. It's usually pretty high here, usually around the 3.5 mark. And then I think I'll take this down a little bit. Let's go down to there. And then for Norris, we'll go a little bit different, as we always do. Let's go with... Let's go with something a little bit more extreme in terms of a change. We'll go with a 6.5, so a little bit less front wing, same rear wing, but we're going to stay with a 5.5 on the roll bar. And then we're going to push this up to just about here on this one and go all the way to the end here. And see if that actually works. Oh wow, look how many cars have got some kind of engine wear coming into this session.
And radio check.
So there's going to be a lot of cars having to put a new engine part in by the time we get out of practice, I think. We've got 5 cars, all with yellow wear.
Radio check.
And as soon as it goes orange, the next session, it'll be swapped out. So...
Yep, radio's
yeah,
very
could be
good
looking
for
at a
us.
lot of cars with brand new parts, and we're at that point of the season where that does potentially mean part penalties. So we could get a nice little,
it's unsettling the car.
a nice little positional boost at the end of qualifying, with a lot of people standing for the pit lane, or with part penalties dropping them down the order. It depends on when the part
Reminder
breaks.
for brake temperature.
Let's see what rookies we've got running. We've got Sanhueza at Ferrari, sitting in for Carlos Sainz. We've got Amato sitting in for Charles Leclerc. Subtly Lindsley is in for Schumacher. Watkins is in for... Is that Hadjar? I think it's Hadjar in the second Toyota, isn't it? Fornaroli is in for Pato O'Ward, and that will be a permanent change next season. And Luis Dalla is in for... Who is the second? Aston. It's Liam Lawson, isn't it? So Luigi Dalla in for Lawson. Right, let's speed him up and see how we get on with those setups. So yeah, a more enjoyable Grand Prix. Ferrari actually had some decent pace in them. But once again,
to work on the tires, keep the temperature on the
partly a
tires.
combination of they would just seem to be a little bit harder on their tyres than Mercedes. But also, they started fighting because Charles Leclerc, rarely ever, I think partly because he was so much more dominant last season over Hamilton, who just did not like last year's car at all. Couldn't drive it very well. Charles Leclerc just doesn't want to be behind Hamilton. I don't know if that is just because he genuinely believes he is a much better driver. There's going to be an element of that. All drivers have that kind of belief in themselves over other drivers, but or whether it's just a mindset of this is my team, I'm the number one driver, you have to yield for me no matter what kind of mentality. I'm not sure if there is an element of that in it. I think possibly. Maybe Leclerc has just underestimated how good a driver Hamilton is based off of last season and the last couple of seasons of the ground effect cars, and thinks that he'll just be able to get through no matter what, which last year was very much the case. When the team wasn't telling him to pull over and let Leclerc through, Leclerc would just take matters into his own hands and probably put the move on Hamilton anyway. But this year Hamilton seems revitalised, which is, it's great because it means we've got another top driver able to actually fight again. But the big problem is with the current rules and them being battery starved or energy starved in the batteries, is that when they started fighting with each other and they started boosting to either try and get ahead or try and defend, it basically threw out their pace completely. And in 2 laps, Leclerc and Hamilton fighting,
VSC,
the gap went from a couple of seconds to about 8 seconds to Kimi. And it basically just handed the race to Mercedes. And of course it then left them very vulnerable to George as well, who then, that is a drive-by and a half there from one of the Toyotas. I'm not sure which one it was.
Just like that, the hopes of the team start to dwindle.
Lindblad survived just, but took some damage. It was Watkins, the rookie, and Tsunoda's car has. Let's see how bad the damage is. No, we can't really see. The front wing's all smashed to hell. Don't think there's any other damage that we can see, at least on the rear of the car. So Hadjar's car is going to take a massive hit. Tsunoda's engine part has gone orange. We've got another part that's now gone yellow. I think that might be Piastri.
Update when you can.
So that part for Yuki Tsunoda will get swapped out at the end of the session.
Yes, confirm.
It won't be a pit lane start, but it does potentially mean incurring a part penalty if it's outside of his normal allowance. We've got to 91% on the first attempt with Lando. It's not too bad. So, yeah, back to what I was saying. It kind of just handed the race to Mercedes, because Antonelli was able to just scamper off, not having to worry about boost and keeping his pace optimal
Virtual
in terms of battery use. And so that's why the gap exploded in like 2 laps. And from that point, they never had a chance of catching him. unless he made a mistake, a big mistake. And he had a little lockup which cost him a couple of seconds late on in the Grand Prix, but he was miles ahead by that point. And it also left the two Ferraris battery starved and vulnerable to George, who immediately, after those two were done fighting, pounced, got past them very quickly, and then he was gone. So, yeah, Ferrari put on a spectacle. It was enjoyable to watch because it wasn't the obscene push to pass that we saw in Australia. It was more balanced, more nuanced. It felt more like proper racing, even if there was still that element of drive-by battery overtakes. But it felt like it was a really fun battle to watch, really an enjoyable kind of spectacle, but it did just completely destroy their race. And that's the big problem I have with the regulations as they are, is that because the batteries are so starved of power, that the second you go off script and you start using the boost button, you've ruined your pace, because you leave yourself so vulnerable to somebody behind, just getting ahead of you, and then if they've got a better car, they're gone, because you haven't got the battery necessarily to defend against. And that's what we saw Ferrari with their own worst enemy in that respect. But I would love to see them be able to recover a little bit more energy per lap, because they are limited at the moment to a maximum of 8.5 kilojoules that they can harvest, and they can deploy, I think up to as much as they want, basically, but as long as they've got it. But because they can't harvest enough, it's not a case of having as well 8.5 megajoules in the battery, and that's 8.5 megajoules to use to attack and defend. That 8.5 megajoules also powers the engine. So if you've got 8.5 megajoules of energy in your battery at the start of a lap, well, you'd only have 4. You can only hold 4 megajoules in the battery. You can only harvest a maximum of 8.5 megajoules, unless you're within 1 second, in which case you can, for the overtake button, in which case you get to harvest an extra half a megajoule. Because you can only hold up to 4 megajoules in the battery, you're constantly charging and discharging. You can only harvest up to 8.5. So you basically get 2 and a tiny bit worth of batteries charged up per lap. So the most you can spend on a lap would be 12, 13, 12.5 or 13 megajoules, depending on whether or not you're using the boost. I think its maximum is 12.5, I think. So 2 full batteries and then a third battery, because you start the lap with a full battery. You charge, deploy 4 megajoules, battery's empty. Harvest 4 megajoules, full battery. Deploy, harvest. Deploy, and with that extra half a megajoule for the boost. Yeah, that's your 9 megajoules against 12. You can spend more than you can earn on a lap, but the second you do that, you then don't have any energy at the start of the next lap. And then you're in a deficit to the cars that are behind you, or the cars that are ahead of you, and they get to pull away. If you can just not use the boost and just stick to a straight run plan of, let the engine figure out where it's best to deliver its power, or let the team in the garage, plot that if they need to, you're going to be quicker overall than if you start fighting someone. It's kind of counterintuitive that you've got these buttons to make you go faster, and using them makes you go slower. Overall, it seems silly. But, they either need a bigger battery in terms of how much can be harvested and held, or they need So maybe increasing the the storage capacity, to at least say 5 megajoules, and they probably need to increase the amount that you're allowed to harvest as well, because it just feels like there's too much of a penalty to actually using that extra boost. It's too detrimental to your pace. It gives you that very short-term, instant impact, and then you're buggered for the next few laps while you try and rebalance the battery again. Right, well, I've been waffling. I forgot to call Lugo in. Let's do that now. He's at 91% as well. Do we have both cars the same distance away? Have we got the right setups but the wrong way round? Let's call in Norris and take a look at his car at the same time, and then we can see whether we need to swap the setups or if they have their own individual changes they need to make, and maybe meet somewhere in the middle. So let's take a look at Norris's car first of all. So that needs to go up to at least a 6.4. Probably only just a 6.4. Let's take a look at Ugo's. See, again, that could go either way. That could go to a 2.8, or it could go to a 4.6. I said 6.4 on Lando, didn't I? I meant 4.6. I don't know which way I should do this. I think I'm more inclined to believe that that's going to be a 2.8. And then add a touch more front wing. Pull that back just a touch like that. And then that gives me a little gap there, a little gap there. That's spot on. That's good. I'm going to try that and see if that works. I might not even need to have made that move, actually. Let's see. No, the front wing does brake, doesn't it? So that has to go to there. Whether or not that's going to stay in optimal or not, I don't know. Let's try it and see. We can always make another adjustment if we need to. And let's have a look at Norris. So that needs to be a 4.6 minimum. I would say I probably need to go up on the front wing angle. Let's bring that up as well, so I can bring this up slightly. Try that. Again, I might have slightly overcorrected on that one, but we'll see. What's going on here? My run plan's been reset. So another interesting thing is we've got the ADUOs coming up. I think that's what it is, the ADUO. But the engine upgrades, potentially. They were supposed to happen after 6 rounds. I believe that timing will stay exactly the same, despite the fact that there'll be no Bahrain or Saudi Arabia. So those 2 rounds will still count in that timing period. So they won't have to do 3 rounds after Suzuka. They'll only have to do 1 before they reach that window. I'm not sure who is going to get it. There's a couple of different ways it can work. I think if the team has a deficit of 2% of performance, then they get 1 period after 6 rounds, and then I think they get another one at the end of the season. If the team has a deficit of 4% or more,
on your front tires.
then they get 2 ADUOs throughout the season, and then 2 the following season as well. Or they get, 1 this year, same as, they get 1 this year and 1 at the end of the season, and then they get the same again next season. So they have that period to catch up. So I would imagine you would have to imagine that Honda are going to get the double upgrade, and you've got to imagine Audi will probably get the double upgrade as well. Ferrari, I think, are expecting to get the single upgrade. I'm very curious as to where Ford will slot in. It all depends how they decide to judge that performance difference, because you can't just look at lap time, because some of that comes down to the chassis. So Aston is in a right state at the moment, mainly just because they can't even finish a race at the moment. They haven't had that much mileage. They don't know how good the chassis is against what they think it is. They don't know how good the engine actually is because they can't run it at full power. Audi's got no other car that the engine performance can be judged taking chassis into account, whereas Mercedes has got multiple teams. They've got themselves, they've got Williams, they've got McLaren, they've got Alpine. That's 4 separate teams, and you can get a good kind of benchmark just by looking across those 4 teams, from the outside, without knowing the ins and outs of how exactly they're going to do it. Ford have got 2 teams. They've got themselves and they've got RB. Ferrari have got themselves and they've got Haas and they've got Cadillac. Cadillac is very much an outlier in that. So how much of the difference between Ferrari and Cadillac is down to the engine? How much of that is down to the chassis? Because Ferrari is the works team. So they're going to like Mercedes over McLaren and the other Mercedes engine customers. They've got a slight advantage because it's their engine. They know it better than anybody else. Ferrari are going to have that slight advantage over Haas, and they're going to have that same advantage over Cadillac. But there's a huge gulf in difference between the pace of the Ferrari and the pace of the Cadillac. So how much of that is down to the chassis? How much of that is down to the engine? How do you actually figure out how to measure that performance and judge it against the best engine? I'm very curious as to what system they're going to use to make those measurements and how that will apply. I think Ferrari are actually expecting to get that first ADUO. So it'll be very interesting to see if they do actually get it or not. Because if you look at their qualifying lap times, they are very much inside 2%. Very much inside 2%. They're like 0.8% away, I think. So it's definitely well within that threshold to not qualify, but Ferrari seem to be expecting to get it. So, like I said, I don't know how they're going to make those measurements. I'm very curious as to how, and if all teams apart from Mercedes are going to get one, and who's going to get 2, and if Ferrari are actually going to get one or not. That's going to be very interesting to find out, and I think it's May that we'll find that out. Well, a techno babble here today to start this episode. Oh, Piastri has an issue.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Now, he did get some wear. Has that translated? Yes, it has. Look, so we got 3 cars now that have got orange. So that's 3 parts, or 3 engine parts that are going to be swapped out. Is that going to be 3-part penalties applied after qualifying? Are all of those failed parts with are they still within their allowance, or are they going to have to break their allowance to put new parts in?
Confirm.
Lando has some major
Any
damage
feedback
to his
on that car?
ERS, and we've gone optimal, so we made the right
Happy with that?
decision
I think everything's fine.
with the roll bar here to go to a 2.8. We're now just 3% away and in that optimal window. Let's call Lando in. And we just need to wait for Ugo, and hopefully he will give me the full feedback, but I get the feeling we might just miss it. We're just off on the camber. Let's go back up a little bit. Bring that back to there. And that's the setup that will run in the next session. Give me that 5 out of 5, Hugo. Please. Come on.
That's the checkered flag.
Come on. Come on. Yes. There we go. That little clunk that we heard. That was it. So we got the 5 out of 5. Right. Let's take a look then. Oh, 84. We went the wrong way somewhere with that car. Somewhere very wrong. All right, let's drop a quick ad break in, and then we'll crack on with practice when we come back. All right then, let's take a look at where we went wrong with Max's car. Interesting. I thought this was the 2.8. It wasn't. That was Max's car. So the 4.6 was right there. Does that mean I've gone the wrong way there? Does that need to go to a 4.6, or does it need to go out to a 1.9? I'd be more inclined to believe it needs to go to a 4.6 than a 1.9, given that we actually lost 7%. So let's bring things back a bit. Get that right on the edge like that. That gives us a small gap there, a small gap there. That should hopefully fix the front wing angle, because that was just off. And then I don't know about this. I guess we'll give it a run and see what happens. So we needed a little bit of extra fuel in for Max. We need to go with 24 laps of fuel, I think. And we'll call him in early if we get set up and feedback and it doesn't look great. But we'll run the hard tyres. We're going to run mediums for Lando in this one, and we'll run 18 laps of fuel. And we'll just call him in as soon as we've got the feedback, I think. Let's send them out. There goes Lando.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green light.
And now we're sending that Max. I do like the fact that me constantly telling Crofty to shut up is starting to permeate its way into the chat now.
Then we need to try and
I don't have to
sync
tell him to
all
shut
the
up now.
gears.
You guys are doing it for me.
Okay. Brake warming reminder.
Yeah.
So we can see that those part penalties for Lawson, or those part switches for Lawson have gone, and Piastri, and was it Schumacher's car as well. And someone else's has gone as well, because we had 6 cars with wear. Now we've only got 2. So can't remember which the other one was. It might have been Hadjar's car, which then got smashed up. I don't think it was. I think it was another car as well. I just can't remember which one it was.
Try to reduce the hit on the curb.
Give them their instructions and speed them up. So yeah, I've been testing out the 2026 database DLC that dropped on the online database editor. Added in the 2 parts of the 26 mod that have been released on Overtake as well. Dropped in Realistic Racing 4.1.4. And on top of that, threw in a few random other mods than I always use. So a better scoreboard or timing page. I did try out the tyre mod again for 1 round, and for not sure, and for no, not for a round, sorry, for a race replay, a couple of race replays. I tried it, and it didn't seem to be too detrimental, but I don't know. But one thing I have found just on the first little bit of balance is that, or the first 2 races of the season, is that the performance settings of the cars is wrong. I'm sure that'll get updated now that we've actually had a couple of races and we can kind of get an idea of where the cars actually are, because I'm sure that was all programmed in terms of car performance before the season started. But they do need some work because Red Bull are still mighty quick. Mercedes are not that quick. So the engines have definitely been updated. I don't think the car performance in terms of aero has been adjusted correctly, and that's going to need some tweaking. So I'll continue to test for another few races, then I'll see if they've dropped an update, and then I'll try again. We still got, as I say, 4.5, 5 weeks until this series ends. Before we need, before we start a 2026 one. So we've got time. But I mean, if it still feels a bit janky a couple of days before, when we finish this series at the end of next season, then I'll probably spend the weekend testing again with a brand new save file, just to get an idea of the performance, and then, if necessary, we'll make some changes on the fly. And start a new series with some tweaked values to make sure that everything feels right. Evening PR. Right, we've got feedback from both drivers, and I think we made the car slightly worse for Lando. So let's fix that. Max is better, but still not as close as I'd like him to be. Yeah, we did break everything, didn't we? So you'll have to take that back. Let's revert. So that's where we were. So we're going to need to I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Because it was the oversteer that was slightly wrong. I believe. Or was the oversteer correct and it was the traction that was wrong? But going up breaks too much stuff like that unless we were to try and counter it that way. But then I'm going to break the front wing. Alright, let's try going down. I'm not sure which way to go on this. Let me just confirm those changes. Get it back to base level so I can see the actual proper breakdown again. This might be one that we just leave at 97. Alright, so it's the cornering that needs to fix. Now we tried going up and that didn't work. So that means we've got to come down. And then re-correct that. I'm going to break that though. So I'm good. I think I'm going to break too much of the car. We will give that a run. And we'll have a look. Good in, John boy. You love the mods. Any chance I have a list and a how-to? Yeah, all the mods are listed in the description down below. So you'll see exactly what I'm using and where to get them from. Some are free mods, which are available on Overtake, and they all have links. The other ones that are from Patreon are almost all of them are paid. You might be able to get one or two of them for free off the Patreon if you join that Patreon for free. But you'll almost certainly need to get most of those. You're going to need to actually have a paid subscription to download those. As far as a how-to install, all the mods listed on Overtake have an installation guide. It should have an installation guide. It will tell you where to install the files. Essentially, you're just looking for the packs file for pretty much everything. And then just make sure that you're not duplicating mods that won't coexist. So having two different versions of Ferrari custom liveries, dropped in there at the same time. What I tend to do is create an actual folder within the packs that I can stick all the mods in. So I know I can take bits out without affecting the base game stuff. Alright, Max is making his way back to the garage. See what we need to tweak. Ah, okay. So, that could fix the car. Yeah, I mean, I'll show you how I've got my mods organized. So, inside your routing to get to the packs. So, if I back out of this, so you go to Common, Steam Apps. So you go to your PC, your program files, Steam Apps, go into Common. So you should, well, you should go back. Let's go back here. So go into Steam. Go to your Steam Apps. This is where all your installed games will be. So Common, and then you'll see all the games that you've got installed. Into F1 Manager, and you want to go into F1 Manager again, and you want content, and you want packs, and this is where all the mods get dropped. Well, pretty much all the mods. Any variations on that will be detailed in the install instructions on the mod. And what I've done is I've created a separate folder here to put all the mods into, so I can take this out and just run the base game with all the normal stuff in that should be in there. But with this, everything in this folder then adds the mods in. So if I wanted to run the game as vanilla, take all the mods off, I would literally just need to take that folder out of here. But then in here, then I've got all the different bits that I've added in. So the 2025 season DLC, I've got some bits of 26, so the 26 wheels and tyre pack. Bits for cars, so this is where I keep my liveries organised, and I've got some add-ons in here as well for various other bits and bobs. The Facepack from Mr. Only. Some livery template replacements, so I can replace basic livery templates in the game that I never ever use with something that is more usable. Some additional extra bits and bobs, the new realistic racing, swapping the Ferrari champagne to Moe again, a new number font on my cars, but they're all organised in here. And then, as I say, if I want to take this out, I just literally drag that folder out of here, back to my mod library, and it's done. So what I could do, and what I do tend to do, is I'm testing at the moment another setup with some 2026 gameplay stuff. So when I'm finished tonight and I want to go back to that stream, or back to that test, I will literally just drag that folder back over here into this area here, and then I'll take my 2026 mods folder and drag that in, and then the game will load with all of those mods and not all of those mods. It's pretty straightforward.
But there! Oh dear, that's not what they need right now.
That is another car with an orange engine part, so that's another engine part that will get swapped out at the end of the session, and another potential part penalty.
Yeah, awesome job.
All right, Norris is back to optimal again, so he's nice and happy with the car. And we're back at 97% again. God damn it. So we fixed something and broke something else in the process. This car is proving really tricky to nail down to 100. And we've passed the point where we actually need to. But, you know, the perfectionist in me wants to get that 100. Let's take a look. No, it's the front wing that's gone. So, okay, we need to correct that like that. And then we need to push that back up to there. And then I don't know about this. We'll leave it like that. We'll try that. Let's see how we're getting on with Max. Let's see what we're already at, 100% prep. We don't need to send Norris out again, but I may well. No, I don't think I will. And then might not even send Max back out again. Okay, I'm just waiting on. There we go. Max is nailed. Max is nailed on. So we'll send him out for a lap just to use up a set of mediums.
Copy that.
In the next session, so we don't hand back too many sets of softs, and then he's done. Evening, Thomas. Right, on to day 2, Saturday. A little bit more overcast, slightly warmer according to the predictions here. And then we got qualifying after practice. This is going to be a very short practice session because we don't really need to do anything. We are not going to send Norris out at all. We are going to send Max out for a lap. And then we're done. So we have to, unfortunately, take manual control, or else they'll go out and use plenty of sets of tyres and mess the setups up. So we'll send Max out for 1 lap. We're not going to touch Lando. And we'll call him in. I do wonder if I've damaged the binary again.
Confirming you are boxing this lap.
Yeah.
Let me see. We're very slow out of the pit lane. But we haven't actually made a pit stop, so it's hard to judge. Hopefully we'll be fine. Well, I just remember what happened to us in Australia when we accidentally broke the binary. In theory, it should be fine. Because I'm still using the realistic racing binary rather than the default one. But it's from the 4.1.4 and we're running 4.1.3. Shouldn't make a difference.
I'm in.
Make sure your limiter is on. Stop where the guys are and P1.
And there's Max, having done his 1 installation lap on those tyres just to get them allocated and done. So we can move on with practice. So 1 car left with some wear. Is that new wear? Was that there a moment ago? I don't think it was. Let's see if it goes orange. It does. So whatever the fault is.
Got no power.
Probably engine. And that's going to be swapped out, and a potential engine penalty for Ollie Bearman going into qualifying. Welcome back up, Joe. What would I say is most important for development as going through a Myteam playthrough? I would say the most important thing is to set yourself up with a challenge at the start. Don't go for an overpowered team. If you're going with Myteam, don't make your team like a 5-star team straight away. Make them a 1-star team. Make yourself have to work for it. So I would set your facilities at level 1, your team at level 1. I would maybe start with a budget of 10 million. If you can start with 10 million, do that. If you can't go to 10, if it only goes from 5 to 15, because I can't remember, then I suppose you could go to 15. And I wouldn't say take really, really good drivers either. I would say take drivers that are not allocated to a team already. I mean, taking a reserve driver is fine. So, for example, taking Ricardo would be fine, because actually, no, in 24 he was actually driving. Are you going to be using the 25 DLC or the 26 DLC, John Boy? Oh, red flag. That's Mick. It would depend how good you are installing mods. The 25 DLC is really straightforward. It'll give you a whole ton of new stuff. So I would just go with the 25 DLC. And that'll give you last year's liveries, driver switches, all that kind of stuff. It'll tell you what you need to do to install it. But yeah, you want the 2025 DLC. I think it's version 3 on Overtake. It should be listed and linked in my video description. Straight to where it is on Overtake. So there we go. We have got penalties for Felipe Drugovich. We've got a penalty for Mick Schumacher. Apparently nobody else has broken their part limit yet. Very surprised by that. But that's the end of practice. Not enough time left after that red flag to get it restarted. So, qualifying is up next.
Now it's time to see who'll come out on top as qualifying gets underway.
The Miami International Autodrome has some lovely long straights, but a driver still needs to have total trust in their car setup to get a fast qualifying lap. Turns 14 and 15 in particular are the ones that catch the drivers out in qualifying.
Now, Karun, you and I were actually just talking about that man there, Max Verstappen. How do you think he'll be feeling today?
I'd say they'll be feeling all right. If you were to compare them with their teammates, they're coming out on top and they're showing their worth.
You're going to want to join us for this, folks, so fasten your seatbelts.
Am I on for points this race? Hopefully. We've scored points in 14 of the previous 15 races. So, keeping my fingers crossed, we should be on for points. But it all depends if everyone's suddenly brought brand new powertrains to this Grand Prix or not. Alright, let's put our better bits back in the car. We're down to just 69% on that engine now, which isn't great. ERS is still healthy enough to get through the rest of the season, and we are okay as long as we don't destroy this gearbox. I think I'm going to run the back gearbox just in case. Just have to watch out for a potential issue for Max as the weekend progresses. You know what? No, let's not take that risk. Max is fighting for a championship. Let's go with the 53% engine for Norris. And that gearbox is fine. Right. We are pretty much set and prepped and ready. Let's see how we do.
Green light.
So both drivers will be affected by having to do commercial work again for the sponsors. So Norris's moment of in the sun is over for again for another 6 weeks.
Try to work on the front tires.
Confirm.
And Max is going to be affected again this month as well.
Just manage your tyres as you wish.
Okay.
So we have Schumacher out behind us. Right, out behind Norris. And then there's a bit of a gap back
you're
to
in a good
Lawson, so there's
position.
no risk there. Bearman's out on track as well. We are going to dive into the technical specs at the end of the session, just so we can see who's got what in terms of new stuff, engine-wise, because we've had a lot of cars have to swap that engine part out. We will have to wait for everyone to do a lap before we can take a look at their information. Let's turn our attention back to Norris. Racing Max in the background. And we've got cars coming out of pit lane. Of course we do, because we always do
Track is clear.
when we're coming through.
And chaps button off for last corner. Chaps button off.
Porsche is going to be a problem.
Track will be clear.
Get out of the way, Teo.
Go, 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 go.
Yeah, a little lift. It's annoying. Next up will be Colapinto.
Completely got it my way.
Get out of the way, Colapinto. Again, another little lift. So Norris's lap is already kind of buggered. See what Max does. He had a clean first sector. No issues getting past Porsche, and there you go, it's half a second quicker as a result. We'll have no issues getting past Colapinto either. $19.9 in the middle for Norris, 19.7 for Max. That comes down more to the driver difference than anything else, I think. Right, Norris has got traffic in the final corner as well. One of the two Williams drivers, I think. Oh no, that was one of the Fords. That was Piastri. Right.
Norris, watch out, Norris right behind you.
Clean lap for Max, and he is 7.7 tenths quicker. Nearly 8 tenths quicker. And Lawson is 2 tenths
Stay
quicker
on
than
the
us.
Delta.
Piastri's had a really bad first sector, and that'll be because he had to pull over to let us through as he was about to go up to the line to start his lap. And now he's potentially got some traffic here as well. He's got Sauber in front of him, and we've got a red flag, so his lap's aborted.
Red flag, red flag.
And it is Colapinto who's crashed at the end of the first sector.
Now this is where the RB driver's involved. And unable to do anything about that crash.
And that is a
they'll
very
definitely
broken
be facing a
Maserati.
few questions from the team after that.
So, session will get underway again. It won't affect the weather because it's just going to be cloudy. But it will affect everyone who hasn't completed their lap yet. Which is quite a few cars. Sights was on the warm-up laps, as was Russell. Vesti was on an out lap. These two are just about to start pushing. Gasly had almost completed his lap. Piastri had almost completed his lap. Drukovic was out there at the same time as well. So yeah, there's a few guys who basically put wear on their tyres for absolutely zero benefit. What a shame. Is Gasly going about in front or behind us? I think behind us. There goes George. Yeah, he's behind us. All right, let's try this again. Let's see if we can get a clean lap for Lando this time. Did Lawson's stats increase? They've increased a little bit, but I mean, that's more down to the car than him. Because on paper, Aston have got the best car this season at the moment and have had since Baku. Plus, you know, he's only quicker than Max. There's a whole lot of other cars that are going to go quicker than us. And Lawson. And one of the things with this game is that the truly great drivers, you know, the ones that are up in the 90s or around the 90 mark, will get much more out of a car than a driver who's around the 80 mark. Lawson, I forget exactly where he is. I think he's in the low 80s. Somewhere around 82, I think.
Doing a good job with the tires. And track is
Whereas
clear,
Max
track
is 93
clear.
and Lando's 90. So they
And
can
it
get a
will be
lot more
touched
out of
by
my
the
Cadillac
corner.
than Lawson could.
Gap is currently good. Good to go.
Downside is, you have to pay through the nose to get that kind of extra performance. We had Hamilton before Norris. Hamilton was costing me 42 million a year. Lando's costing me 30.2 million a year. Max is... Somehow we got Max on the cheap. We got him for 25 mil a year. And he was out of contract. No one had signed him. Probably because they couldn't afford it at the end of the season. So we signed him while he was a free agent for the following... to join straight away and partnered him up with Hamilton. And that year we had some really strong results, but I was also paying for it. With losing over 2 million every single month because my wage bill was horrific. Yeah, my driver wage bill was 67 million a year, just off Max and Hamilton, not factoring in all the extra I was spending on my affiliates as well. I was paying well over 70 million a year in drivers.
P3.
There we go. It's a much better lap for Lando.
Coming past you
See if
now.
Max can find. And you operate with a minus budget. Well, you also earn money every month or every 6 weeks from your
You are
sponsors.
currently
You get
P3.
you know, a period where you can
Nice job on that lap.
you know, do some fulfillment with various different events at your team to meet the threshold for a big payout, potentially, depending on how you organise your sponsoring. And you get a little bit of extra money at the end of a race if your drivers hit their targets from your sponsors as well. And again, how much depends on, or how much is available is dependent on how you've organised your mod. So if you put a lot of your sponsoring into race performance, then you can potentially make a lot of money from each driver at the end of each race, assuming you hit those targets. But the targets invariably are going to be high and potentially hard to get. Depends on how good your car is. And the better your car is, the higher those targets become. So it becomes more difficult to make sure you keep hitting those highs. If you put a lot of it into fulfillment activities, then you have to assign a lot of stuff just to make sure that you hit that target every month. This year we've got a monster fulfillment package where we earn 9.5 million every 6 weeks. But we have to use a lot. We have to use like all 6 fulfillments, and we more often than not are having to put the drivers in there as well, which hurts them on race weekends.
Bandit lane.
Speed limiter on, please. And stop on the marks.
So yeah, I mean that's how you can overcome a bad financial situation. Is just by how your sponsoring is set up for the year. You take a big upfront sum at the beginning of the year, then you're not going to get much throughout the year in fulfillment every 6 weeks, and you're not going to get much from race performance every 6 weeks. Right, we are currently 4th and 6th, but we're still waiting on 10 drivers to set, well, 9 drivers, because Carl Pinto's out. We're waiting on them to set a time. Here's Oscar getting held up at the end of Sector 2, beginning of, well, the end of Sector 3. Freddie Vesti's had a bad first sector. He's been held up with all this traffic here coming through the first sector. Sights on a decent lap. So is Charles Leclerc. Yeah, very good middle sector for Jack Doohan in that Audi. Is he getting a tow? No, he's not. He's in clean air. Crosses the line. He goes to P4. Right, Freddie Vesti up to the line. He's only good enough for 17th. We've got Sainz coming round. The Williams behind him. Sainz goes top. The Williams was Alex Albon. He's gone 12th. Charles Leclerc goes P5. So far we're looking okay. Here comes Felipe Drugovich in the second Audi. He's only good enough for 19th. He lost a lot of time in various different parts of the lap. He definitely lost some time at the end of the lap. He lost a bit in the middle, and he lost half a second at the start of the lap as well. Don't know if he had major traffic issues or if he was just slow. Schumacher has not had the greatest middle sector. First sector was all right. We know that HiTech have slipped a little bit in performance. And he goes up to P15 just behind his teammate. Evening, Mike. Great weekend for Kimi. Yeah, it was a fantastic weekend for Kimi. So pleased for him. And it was a really lovely moment for Bono as well. You know, to be up there with both Lewis and Kimi on the podium. Interesting little fun fact for you. Hamilton was on the podium for George Russell's first win and for Nico Hülkenberg's first, not Nico Hülkenberg, sorry, Nico Rosberg's first win. And now he's on there for Kimi's first win. course, Nico got his first win when Hamilton was still, I think, still with McLaren. Right, time is ticking away. I think we're safe. I'm going to risk not going out again. I'm going to hope that we're safe. Save the tyres. Right, we need to pay attention to the cars that are below us in the timings. We've got Lindblad and Gasly both on laps. Yeah, it's good to see Lewis back to a competitive pace again. Oh, bad middle sector for Gasly, so we haven't got to worry about him. Antonelli goes purple in the first sector, but he's already above us, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's see how Lindblad goes here. And he goes top. Big improvement for Arvid Lindblad. They said Kimi Räikkönen on the announcement. A little fun fact for you about that as well. Last Italian on pole before Kimi Antonelli was Fisichella, and the winner that day was Kimi Räikkönen. So the last time an Italian took pole, it was won by a driver named Kimi. And history repeated itself this weekend. Kind of. All right, Antonelli goes top. Gasly was slower than us. Let's see what Pato does. We're now committed. We haven't got time to go out now. This is where we have that worrying moment of do we start slipping all the way down the order. Award improves his time, but not his position. He stays in P9. Oscar's out there again. David and Gina. Ferrari can improve their straight line speed with upgrades. Yeah, I mean, I think they're hoping to find that they're hoping to get an engine upgrade allocation this year. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know if they'll get it or not. They seem to think they are going to get it, but again, it's how is that metric measured? But I think they're definitely going to be able to find time. It's going to be easier for them to find time with chassis improvements over engine improvements. Right, we're down to 11th and 13th. Leclerc is improving, but he's already ahead of us. Bortoletto is on a lap. Drugovich is on a lap, and he's looking quick. Vesti's on a lap as well. We've also got Hadjar and Pourchaire on laps. Bearman has not improved. He's not safe. Bearman is about to be eliminated, I think. Drugovich goes second, so Bearman is out, along with Colapinto. Here comes Bortoletto. He goes P8. We're down to 15th, 16th. Ah, this is tight. It's tighter than I want it to be. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Have we got the legs on Teo? Yes. Have we got the legs on Isaac? Don't do it, Isaac. Don't do it. Ah, good lad. Whew, we are through with both cars to Q2. And yeah, that was very much squeaky bum time. Look how close we were to being eliminated. Just 0.02 of a second. Whew. Talk about fine margins. Right, let's take a look at that powertrain situation. So, Bearman had a new part. It's a new engine. His gearbox is looking a little ropey. Who else? Vesti wasn't one of them. Piastri was one. Piastri's got a new engine. Who else? Is it one of the Mercedes? No. It was Schumacher, wasn't it? No, it wasn't Schumacher. I thought it was. Or did he wreck the car? I don't know. But there's nothing new on that car, unless it's been damaged since... nothing for those guys. Gasly, no. It was Hadjar. Nothing on Hadjar. Colapinto's got a new engine and a new gearbox, thanks to crashing in practice. Nothing for Pato. Drogovic was one. He's got a brand new engine for the session. Sonoda has got a new engine as well. His car went a bit skewy. And he's got a new gearbox as well. So, yeah. Only one car, sorry, two cars actually have penalties. I think Felipe's is a part penalty. I think Mick's is a position penalty for the previous Grand Prix. So yeah, looks like only one driver is breaking allocation, it would seem. Let's see if we can dig into that a little bit more. Let's go to reports, go to circuit info, down to powertrain usage. And let's have a look here. So, Sainz. Wow, look at this. He's on engine number 5. How is he on engine number 5? You only get 3. He's had 2 engines. He's had 3 ERS extras. You only get 2 of those. He's had 5. He's had 3 extras. He's had 2 extra gearboxes as well. Jesus Christ, what has Carlos been... Well, to be fair, it's probably not all Carlos. Some of it's probably down to Sanfeza as well. Leclerc's had an extra engine, an extra ERS, and an extra gearbox, as has Antonelli. Extra ERS for Porsche, extra ERS for Lindblad. Pato's had an extra engine, ERS, and 2 extra gearboxes. Doohan's had an extra ERS and an extra gearbox. And then there's some drivers who are looking very comfortable. Look at this. Colapinto and Sonoda have still got brand new engines that they haven't touched yet. As is Oscar. Oh, Christ. That's not good. Or at least they haven't... Yeah, I don't think they've even put their other engine in yet. So... Interesting. Puts us under the cosh a little bit. Right, we are ready for Q2. Let's put some scrubs on for the first run. Hit a quick ad break. And then see how we do. track temperature is 41.3 degrees. That's quite toasty. The sun is definitely out at the moment. And we'll be out for the start of the session. Then it'll start to get a little bit cloudy, and then there'll be a little bit more overcast at the end of the session. So that should protect the life at the end of the session for whichever tyres are used. Have to get to that point first, though. Freddie Westy will be the first to take the track. We're just going to wait a moment. Did I actually check the setups? There we go. We nailed it with Norris. That's good. And we know Max is at 100. So, lovely stuff. You could cook an egg, maybe, very slowly, and it would not taste very nice. The best Renault duo is Trulli and Giancarlo. I don't think that's right. Not at all. We'll just stealthily sneak out there behind Charles Leclerc.
Reminder for brake temperature.
Yeah. And if possible, some full throttle will help for tire temps.
Confirm.
They were good when you were 6 years old. Kids eat dirt. Kids eat mud pies when they're 6 years old. So a little bit of grit and gravel and maybe flecks of rubber off a race circuit. That's nothing. It's just extra texture to be 6. Alright, so not a great first sector for Kimi. 32.2.
Good to go.
And now he's got a Ferrari in front of him as well. So this is not going to be a great lap because Sainz is now going to be blocking him through the Mickey Mouse section.
Track is clear. Charge button off for last corner.
I say that, he's just gone purple in the middle sector. What do I know? Apparently nothing. Alright, can we get a decent slipstream? Max has gone a tenth quicker than Charles Leclerc. Norris has gone a tenth slower than Charles Leclerc. Bestie has set the benchmark of a 125.4. Antonelli has gone 64 thousandths quicker, making up for the time he lost in the first sector in the other two sectors. Okay then, Max is joint top. with Charles Leclerc, an identical
Excellent
lap
lap.
time.
Mode in will box this lap.
Okay. So at the moment you are P3.
Yeah, confirm.
What can Doohan do? He's on course to go top at the moment. Easy peasy chocolate squeezy. I've never heard that expression before. I've heard lemon squeezy. And Doohan does go top by 39 thousandths of a second. Right, next starter lap will be Doohan's teammate, Drugovich. Let's see if he can have as good a lap.
Yeah, I'm in.
Watch your speed in the pit lane. Stop on the marks, go to P1, please.
Oh, he's down a fair bit on Doohan in the first sector. He's potentially going to get held up here in the middle as well. I'm not sure who's in front of him. Can't see from here. Ah, there we go. It is Pato O'Ward, who's on an in-lap heading back to the pits. Gets clear. Lindblad matching Drugovich so far. Now a new purple first sector for Yuki Tsunoda, who's tucked up behind Oscar Piastri. Across the line for Felipe Drugovich. He goes only 10th. Wow. Pace really fell away from him in that final sector. Lindblad's a little bit better, but still not a brilliant lap. Tsunoda, though, getting a mighty slipstream off the back of Oscar here. This is going to easily go top. Comfortably, nearly 4/10 clear. Albon pops up into 6th place. Bortoletto only good enough for 13th. What about George Russell? He goes P2. So Norris is at risk. Get a brand new set of softs ready. And we're going to go early. Try and avoid the traffic, or hopefully avoid the traffic. Evening, Adrian. Right, so there's nobody out there on a push lap at the moment. We've got Lawson on an out lap here, halfway around the circuit. We're on out laps. And Doohan is on an outlap, and is he tucked up behind us? Yes, he is. Because Doohan really needs that slipstream, doesn't he? He's already ahead of us. Yeah, we could give Doohan a little bit of a boost here. We need Lando to put together a really good lap. We've got a bunch of cars coming out the pits now, but that's fine if they come out now. As long as they come out when we're here, then that's fine. So, across the line to start his lap for Liam Lawson. He's currently in the drop zone by just 21 thousandths of a second to Kimi Antonelli. Antonelli definitely out of position. Had that bad first sector on his previous run. There's a whole bunch of cars heading into the pits. And a couple of cars coming out of the pits. It's the two Williams drivers. Or are they going in? No, they're going in. Charles Leclerc is heading out. So is Freddie Vesti. Don't want anyone else to come out. Oh, Vesti's already out. He's already into sector 2. It's a good lap from Lawson so far.
Temperatures are good.
Here comes Pato.
Track is clear, track clear.
Norris will be clear of him. I don't know whether Max will be. I don't think he will.
Tyre temps look good. Track should be clear.
Yeah, he's out. But
Push.
where's he going to catch, or where's Max going to catch him? In a bad spot, I think. Yeah, one of the worst spots to catch him. Damn it. 31-2.
Copy that.
So much time lost for Max. It's going to be an awful first sector. Yeah, 6/10 down to Norris. Thanks to Pato O'Ward there. He still has to get past Charles Leclerc as well. And it looks like they're going to catch him in a terrible spot too. Oh, I hope Max's time is good enough to get him through, but I don't think it will be. Lawson's up to second place behind Yuki Tsunoda. Oh, we're okay. We're okay. We're going to get through okay, but we're still down a couple of tenths. It's not a good lap for Max. We're going to abort this lap. Send him back out again. Norris improves to P5. Doohan improves to P3. And we've got just enough time to send Max back out again for another attempt.
And limiter on, please. Stop on the marks.
But now we're probably going to hit traffic again. Keep our fingers crossed to see if we get lucky. And we have used up the best of the tyres already. Should still be good. We won't have the ultimate potential of pace. We are probably going to be the last car to cross the line though.
Get everything as you want it to be for the start of the lap.
Okay.
Right, Sainz, only good enough for 12th, so Sainz is out. Pato's on his lap now, but he's not had a great first sector, he's not improved. Am I tucked up behind Antonelli, or is he in front of me? Right in front of me. Okay, that works out. Alright, Pato. Charles Leclerc about to cross the line. Improves his time, but only by 13 thousandths of a second, so he stays in P7. Here comes Pato. Pato improves, but not enough. He is out. Lindblad and Bortoletto are both on laps.
And stop on the marks.
George is starting his lap now. He's already ahead of us. Yuki Tsunoda's just gone purple in the first sector. Felipe Drugovich is on an improved lap as well. So Max is definitely not safe. There's 4 cars looking to improve.
Good to go. Good
including
to
the
go.
one right in front of him.
So
We're
you're
going
in
to get a
good position.
slipstream from. And only 3 spots. 2 spots. Well, 3 spots, but 5 cars, because Oscar's on a lap as well. Bortoletto improves to P5. Lindblad is out. Will Oscar make it through? He should do. Drogovic goes P6. Oscar goes P4. Max is now currently out and has not improved in the first sector. Lindblad, we know he's out. Albon, O'Ward, Sites, they're out. Antonelli and Max are the only 2 now left to improve. It's not a personal best, but it's still quick in the first sector. Antonelli flying in the middle sector. Max right behind him. Again, not a personal best, but still very quick. It's possible here that Antonelli and Max will both improve enough and knock out Norris. One of our drivers isn't going to make it. The question is which one.
What the is this?
Ah, it's Max. Antonelli goes up to P4. Max less than 4/10 away from Yuki's time. Not good enough. He beats Leclerc by 1,000th of a second. It's only good enough for P11 as he misses out on teammate Norris by 18 thousandths of a second. Very, very tight margins there. And Drogovic, who has got that penalty, has made it through into the top 10 shootout. The question now is, how big is that penalty? All right, then, into Q3. Let's see. What tyres do I want to start with? Start with those, finish with those. Try and keep 2 new sets available for the Grand Prix, because we don't know exactly what's going on with the weather yet. You know, it's going to be wet, but we don't know how much and for how long.
Green light.
All right, let's hit the track first. Set the very brief initial benchmark, which will almost immediately get beaten by George. But it will be enough to put Norris into peak confidence, ready for his brand new tyres.
And if you want, you can go to mode warm up.
Yeah, all good.
It's a shame that it's Max that got eliminated as far as the title goes. It gives, well, it might be. It depends on how Oscar qualifies here. He could end up actually qualifying very low down the order in the top 10 here. But if he qualifies near the front or at the front, it's going to make it almost impossible for Max to get ahead of him today. So it just means that Oscar will extend that gap even more. Last of the cars to set their opening lap times are leaving the pits now. Just as we're coming through. So that's Kimi Antonelli and Felipe Drugovich who are just leaving the pits. Drugovich on track. Felipe just about, sorry, Teo just about to be.
Charge button off for last corner.
There he is, just disappearing through. Hope he gets out of the way straight away, but I don't think he will. Oh, he does. Thank you, Teo. Felipe's out of the way nicely as well. 21.5, it's not great. Jordan's already 2/10 quicker than us. But we are on very heavily scrubbed tyres though. Off the back of Freddie Vesti here at the end of the lap. No, I'm just going to ruin his lap by making him pull over. That works. 125.1. Russell is improving and he goes top. Doohan's going even quicker.
Yeah, confirm.
Around the hairpin. Just 2 turns to go. He goes top by 0.2 of a second. Sonoda is looking quick. Vesti's first sector wasn't too bad considering we made him pull over on the run to the line. Alright, here comes Bortoletto. He goes P2. Oscar's looking very quick as well. Let's see what Yuki Tsunoda does. Much quicker in that first sector than Oscar. He goes top by a little over 1/10. Teammate Lawson pops up into P5. Vesti is coming up to the line now. He goes P5 now, just ahead of Lawson. Oscar is good enough for P5. He's 0.4 away. Antonelli's had a terrible first sector. Strong middle sector. He needs something amazing here in the final sector if he's going to even get close to Tsunoda. Yeah, he's nearly 0.6 away. And Drugovich
Stop in front of the gate.
in 10th now. That's everybody having set a time. And we are currently P9, nearly 0.8 away. There's definitely more time to find. And we've got brand new tyres going on, which will give us a couple of tenths. You're guessing the mods in the description can't be used for Xbox? As far as I know, no. Some of them actually specifically say not Xbox compatible, others don't, but I would imagine that's just implied. So these tyres are going to be worth an extra 4/10 over the previous set. Or at least that's the previous set as they are now. They would have been slightly better when we went out, but yeah, these will be close to new. They'll be good enough. In fact, you know what? Because it is a wet race, we are going to put a brand new set on. That extra 7% of grip might be the difference maker. You just never know. I'm not looking to try and get pole because that's beyond us, but if I can maybe get ahead of Oscar or get close enough to Oscar to maybe try and jump him off the line and then hold him up as much as possible. I'm going to try and get a slipstream as well. Into the pits comes Felipe Drugovich and Kimi Antonelli, and that's everyone back into the pit lane. Who is going to blink first? It is Jack Doohan who's going out as Felipe returns. I've got a few options for slipstream choices. Both Astons, both McLarens, one Mercedes and one Red Bull. There goes Freddie Vesti. I did think about taking him, but I'm going to try and hold out for George or Oscar, I think. Lawson is so close to us that I don't think we're going to be able to react in time to get out right behind him. Out goes Bortoletto. So 3 drivers on track now. Time ticking away. Here we go. There goes Kimi. There goes George, and we'll try and go out behind George. And there's Oscar in the background. Ah, Jesus. Tsunoda's getting a tow from Oscar, so Tsunoda's going to cement pole position one way or another here, I think. Right, we get pulled over to let Doohan through, but so does George, so we will get to re-establish that slipstream gap. Nobody else is flying up to the back of us. The 2 cars behind us are Piastri and Tsunoda. Lawson a little bit further back. So this is it. This is the all or nothing lap to see if we can get ahead of Oscar. Doohan has crossed the line. He is in P2. Bortoletto goes purple in the first sector. He's in clean air all on his own at the moment. Nobody even close to him. That's a hell of a first sector for him. Vesti is coming up to end his lap. Might get a little bit of a hold up or even a tow. No, Lawson gets out of his way. So Freddie Vesti coming up to the line. Around the last corner now. and he improves to P6 ahead of Kimi Antonelli, who has just improved in his first sector. We go whizzing past Jack Doohan. That slipstream kicking in. Tsunoda with a mighty first sector again, thanks to Oscar's toe. Mortaletto goes up to P2. So Tsunoda is looking like he's going to cement pole position here, because Oscar's improving, but Tsunoda's tucked up right behind him. It's gone purple. Unless something disastrous happens in the final sector, Tsunoda has pole. Yetri could be right up there with him. We are just a little bit too slow. Antonelli improves to P3. Djokovic does not improve at all. Russell goes P4. We go P4 quicker than George Russell. Look how tight it is at the top. Oscar goes top, and Tsunoda immediately takes it away by 0.2 of a second. And all of a sudden we are a fair bit more away. But look how close it is between us, Antonelli, Bortoletto, and Russell. And Doohan only 1,000th of a second behind. Lawson goes up to P3. And that is everybody across the line. So Tsunoda will start on pole position. Oscar in second. An excellent day for Aston is potential here, because they start P3 as well. Williams in P4. Then it's Antonelli's Mercedes P5. We're in P6. Then it's McLaren, Audi to round out the rest of the top 10. Russell from Doohan, Vesti and Djokovic. Of course, Djokovic has that penalty, so at the very least, even if it's a 3-place only, Max will get into the top 10. Leclerc and Albon will also get promoted, but I think that's more than just a 3-place penalty. So if it's a 5-place penalty, then that means Pato and Sainz will also move up. If it's 10 places, a lot more will move up. We have a penalty for Schumacher, and does anybody need to start from the pit lane? Let's check the amended grid and find out.
We're almost ready to go here in Florida as we look forward to 57 laps of F1 racing.
The Miami Grand Prix arrived onto the calendar in 2022 with much fanfare, and F1 history is still very much being written here. Drivers have to take chances around the street circuit and hope those chances turn into victory.
Spectacle is the name of the game here in Miami, with the stadium at the heart of this track. With long straights and S-bends, not unlike Suzuka's Sector 1, proper ERS management is sure to give drivers an edge towards victory. Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
It is going to start wet. 3.2 mil on the rain, so that's inters to start. But how heavy is that initial rain going to be? Is it going to go straight to wet? Is it going to dry up a bit and then come back with a vengeance later? We'll check that in a second. First of all, though, we need to check what the grid looks like after the penalties are applied. So, Max is into the top 10. No other changes in the top 10. And it's a 10-place penalty for Schumacher. It's a 21-place penalty for Felipe Drugovich. And Colapinto has got to make a pit lane start. So that has changed the order a little bit. Nothing too significant. It does put Charles Leclerc still 1 place behind Max Verstappen, just outside the points now. But yeah, we're going to have our work cut out for us if we want to try and get past Oscar today. It's going to be hard just to get past, the Astons. And we've got to get past Kimi and Bortoletto to get to him. And then for Max, he's also going to get past Vesti, Doohan and Russell and keep Leclerc behind. So a very tough day ahead for Max. See if the weather will help us. It's going to be wet all the way through then. So we saved soft tyres for no reason. And it does look like we've got a big spike in the middle. how wet is it going to get? Is it going to be wet enough to force us to switch tyres? Max doesn't think so. Norris does. I think regardless, we are going to end up making a stop for a second set of inters. Because I think the tyres are going to overheat. So at the very least, we're going to be looking to make a stop. Probably somewhere around lap 30. We could take the tyres all the way to the end, but we need pit stop points as well. And if we don't make a stop, we ain't going to get any points. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. We are going to put one extra lap of fuel in so we can be aggressive with fuel right from the start. We're going to push the tyres and the battery off the line. No no DRS at all this weekend for the Grand Prix. So it's going to come down basically to can we get it done on track, old school style. Right, I'm going to take a quick trip to the bathroom. So we'll have a little 2-minute break if you need to use the facilities yourself, or if you want to put the kettle on, something like that. Now is your opportunity. And when we come back, we will get underway with the start of the Miami Grand Prix.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race. Now I wonder, will things be going Lando Norris's way in this race?
They must be excited to start 6th, but it's a long race, so they need to keep a cool head.
But just what will happen here, your guess is as good as mine. Here we go with the Miami Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, we are off. Norris holds position. Leclerc trying to get past. Can we hold him off? Can we slingshot our way past Vesti? No, we can't get past Vesti. But we can hold back Charles. Oh, maybe not. Can we? Yes, now we can hold back Charles Leclerc.
Let me know conditions, track conditions.
Oh, Max.
Overtaking is very
You
difficult.
scared the life out of me then.
Continue like this.
That's ruined his ruined his race, but at least he didn't ruin the car.
There's progress to be made.
Jesus, that scared me to death.
It's nearly impossible to race like this.
A long way to go.
Now we're at turn 11 now. The gap opens up for them.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yeah, confirm.
All right, so a lot of work ahead of Max now. At least we've got one car still doing all right.
And charge button on, charge on.
Yeah, all good.
Let's see how much that's hurt. Ooh, ouch, that's hurt a lot. Yeah.
You've got the pace. You can do this.
Oh, we've got a fault developing for Porsche already.
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Tyres look really spiking in the dirty air. This is why I didn't think that we could go through with just one set. On paper, it looked like we could, but with the tyre temps being, inflated with dirty air, it would make anyone who's not basically at the front of the grid have to make another stop. Sloan might try. They've got better tyre wear than us. They might try and go the whole race. I don't think they will, but maybe good. Right, we're back in slipstream range again. Let's cool down the battery deployment now, so we don't completely nuke it. Russell gets ahead of George, ahead of Lando, sorry.
Down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be
That's
taken
because
by
we've probably turned the tyres down, but I want to calm the
We're too
temperatures
slow.
down.
Continue, keep going.
Yeah, it just dive bombed us up the inside. We didn't have the grip left to fight him off with the lower pace push.
So we roll.
Oh, you're off a cliff, George. I want to see how you roll. It's putting us under a lot of pressure. Tyres still way too hot. Dude's going to nail us here as well. might be able to fight him off, but I don't think we can. I think he's just going to have that inside line through this section and get the move done. Yeah, there we go.
And just a reminder on garage.
Yep, confirm.
Can we outbrake him though? Nah, maybe not. Oh, Russell's developed an issue.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Damn it, I was thinking we were making a move on George. It wasn't. Doing. It was Vesti that went past us. We're down to 9th. The tyres are finally starting to cool down though. No update here yet. It's going to be a while to see whether it's going to go wet and for how long. Probably didn't need to put that extra lap of fuel in. It's too late now. Fault for Piastri. Oh, please be something that becomes catastrophic.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
No idea what it is. Here goes Charles Leclerc. And there goes Charles Leclerc. So down to P10 and Colapinto gets past Max. Let's turn off the battle
Can't keep up with
assist.
the guys ahead.
So you know, we'll leave it on there.
Behind we have Sainz.
Turn off the overtake aggression as well, because that's just leaving us open. We're pulling out of the slipstream too soon. And that's leaving us vulnerable to a counter-attack from behind. And there you see, that's exactly what's happened with Sainz trying to punch his way through. That's probably how we... Actually, no, we were already a couple of seconds behind Drogovic when Colapinto got us. Max definitely still struggling a little bit, but starting to recover his confidence.
Gap to him
Turn the tyres up a
1.7.
little bit now that they are more manageable.
And tires are good to push.
Right, so we are burning that fuel off, but very, very slowly.
Might need to pick up the pace a little bit.
It's 1.8 kilos per lap of fuel here, and we've burnt off very little so far. Why is Norris's battery not charging?
Charge
He's
button.
still running out of battery.
Yeah, confirm.
Charge on.
He's using battle assist. Look, he's burning up more battery. Oh wait, hang on a minute. I know what's wrong. Game is balked. I'm pretty sure game is balked. I'm going to keep watching Norris's battery on this lap, but I think I think this is trying to use the 2026 battery rules. Yeah, it is. Look, we've harvested more than we're supposed to be able to, so this is knackered. So I'm going to have to replace the binary because this is, yeah, this is wrong. This is broken. That's frustrating. So I'm going to have to close the game down. Right. So let me go into my career mods. It's not going to be in there. It's going to be in my mod library. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Mod library. Okay, there we go. So I need to go to F1 Manager and binaries, and I need to replace that binary with the right version. And that's empty. Shit. I must have already taken it out of there. And that's not so good. All right. Now I have to see if it's in here. Gameplay mods. No. Okay. Bear with me. Yeah, something is very, very balked. So let's go on to Overtake. And I want realistic racing. And I want that version. There it is. Okay, so we need to extract. Okay, and we will cut that out of there, and we will paste it in here. There we go. And now I need that binary file, and this time I'm just going to copy it instead of no. Copy, and then I want to paste it in here. What happens? The binary is broken because I was trying out the 2026 variant or upgrade optional, and so it's messing up battery deployment. Something rotten. Right, this should fix that issue. There's one other thing I want to check quickly, which I forgot to do. And let's just make sure that I didn't accidentally paste it in here. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Right, so back to where we were. We'll put that extra lap of fuel in again. We will start as we were. This is kind of a reprieve for Max, but it doesn't mean the same thing won't happen again. Sometimes you're kind of cursed and it will always happen. And let's get going.
The anticipation is really building here. Here we go with the Miami Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
And let's keep an eye on battery. So, as before, we start off fighting against Charles Leclerc. Time it's much harder to actually hold him off because Freddie Vesti had a bad run, but we do hold him off. Norris still hasn't gained a place, so nothing's changed there.
Track condition update when you can.
More slippery now.
So we should not be able to harvest more than 2 mega joules total on a lap. And we were harvesting more than that. I was suspicious as to why my battery was constantly draining to 0 when I wasn't attacking. And now we know why. Max has a look at Doohan. Norris has managed to slip ahead of Antonelli. The battery's working the way it's supposed to work now.
You're doing a good job at
So
the
that's
moment.
why we didn't gain any places
Fine.
and why we started going backwards, because the battery wasn't working
Not too
properly.
bad, huh?
Now it's working as it's
Way to go.
supposed to. Tyres are still going to be
Charles Button on.
very,
Yeah,
very hot.
confirm.
And try to cool down the tires as
But at
much
least
as
now we
possible.
should be able to actually defend properly, and we shouldn't run out of battery every time we go around the corner.
Okay.
I did wonder earlier in the stream, watching them coming out the pit lane, wondering if there was something maybe wrong with the binary, because they just looked slow exiting the garage, but we didn't have any chance to see anyone coming in and out the pits, and so we didn't know if anyone was actually, if the game was, you know, in that same bug phase of Australia. Australia was because I accidentally removed the binary entirely and replaced it with the default one when I verified my files, and that's why Australia was a weird, funky one. Because it was trying to use realistic racing modular
Right,
bits,
let's
but didn't
concentrate.
have the right binary to make them work properly. And then again, same here today. We were running the binary for 4.1.4 with the revised battery X mode, whatever version, the 2026 regs of active aero and battery, but without that being part of it, and it was just messing things up royally. So at least we've managed to resolve it, and we spotted it quickly. Quick enough to actually be able to justify making that change and fixing it before it became too far into the race to restart. But we'd only gone a few laps. So yeah, we are now back to where we should be with battery workings. And this is sometimes the downside to mods, is that sometimes you've got to make sure you remove absolutely everything when you're switching or changing a mod. And I didn't even think about the binary. So there we go. We've hit 2 megajoules. We should not be able to save any more battery now this lap. Our battery should only go down now. And a big test of that will be at the end of this straight. Big heavy braking zone. Big chance to recharge the battery. And we've already filled up our 2 megajoule allocation. There we go, no battery gain. So, yeah, this is the downside of trying to test mods. When you've got other active mods as well, sometimes you make mistakes with getting everything properly reconfigured. Right, we can turn the tyres back up. Norris has slipped down to 7th as a result of George getting through and Antonelli getting back past us because we were tyre saving.
If you are able to increase pace
and watching the battery rather than what was actually going on. Well, I was watching the battery rather than what's going on track. Max is still in P9, so this has been a huge reprieve for Max, given that he was in 22nd place when I realised that the game was bugged. And evening cats. Right, we do still have some battery to deploy, so we're going to drop that now.
Use the energy.
Confirm.
See if we can get Max onto the back of Vesti and try and find a way through. See if we can get Norris away from Vesti and maybe back past George Russell. We're only going to have enough to basically attack out of this corner, I think, before we have to turn it down again. Let's see. We can run it a little bit longer. Not much longer. George sets the new fastest lap, a 140.5. What did we do? 141.6. 141.5. So yeah, George put his foot down just as we decide to try and catch him up again. So we're not going to get him, but we are moving Max closer to Freddie Vesti. I think this is about where we noticed that it was a bit balked. So we're back to where we were, just about. And now I'm going to have to turn the battery down.
And charge button on, please.
Otherwise I won't have enough for the rest of the
Yeah,
lap.
confirm.
We've got a gap, a smallish gap to Vesti.
Charge on.
And Max is now in striking distance. You missed a bit. Is everything good now? Yes. Yeah, I switched out the binary for the correct one, and everything's working as it's supposed to now. Car's getting a little hot again. I'm not going to turn them down. We're losing too much time when I do that, so we'll just have to leave them like this. And, we've got a scheduled stop coming up anyway, so like I say, it's a question now of how much water are we going to get in this period and how sustained is it going to be. You'll see it'll start kicking in quite badly in about 11 minutes. But it's still saying damp. So it's saying damp probably somewhere around here. Again, this is not completely accurate, this prediction line. It can differ to what we actually see down here. This is more likely to be what we're actually going to get compared to what we see here. This is just a rough idea, but the timings aren't always accurate when you've got a very low level weather centre. Freddie Vesti is fighting Norris, and I think he's going to get him.
Now next car behind is
Got battle assist
Verstappen.
on. Oh no, we squeezed him. We squeezed
Gap
him.
to Verstappen behind
And he's still there.
1.5.
Go away, Freddie. Leave me alone.
They're doing a good job.
Latvian P7. Next car in front will be Russell.
He's got me. He's got me.
Gap to him
He's slightly ahead and he's
2.0.
got the inside line. So that move's done.
Race is long.
Unless we are
Car
super
behind is
brave on the brakes.
Verstappen.
No, he's locked
Gap
up
to
and he's hit me.
Verstappen
God
behind,
damn it,
1.1.
Freddie. Max gets through ahead of Lando, who's now got front wing damage.
You okay? Yeah, all good.
Here we are then at turn 17. Now there's an inviting opportunity there. Oh, and the car's there, unable to keep out of each other's way. And they'll have to pick themselves up after
And then
that.
he nearly took my other end plate off as he rejoined the track as well. Jesus Christ. Vesti's a menace. I think we might put Alex Dunn in the car next year.
I got damage.
Yeah, I know you got damage. There's nothing we can do about it, unfortunately. Not yet. It's way too early to even think about pit stopping, so you're going to have to live with it for a bit. Has moved Max up to 8th. He's still 6 places behind Piastri. Is Vesti going to get a penalty? No penalty given. Racing incident. Broken front wing. It's all good. I'm not bitter. Sue him. I'm not McLaren. I'm not going to sue one of my drivers. Or one of their drivers either. All right, new fastest lap for Kimi Antonelli, a 140.0. Track is definitely drying up a little bit before it gets wetter. And now we have our first indication of the wet weather coming. We just need to see how long it's going to last. Doohan is going to try and pick off Norris, who's now suffering with a lack of grip. Doohan tries to throw it up the inside, and he's keeping his car in there. We couldn't shut him down, and he's going to jump us. We've got so little grip through here, thanks to that front wing damage. Tyres are starting to massively overheat again. Ah, it's annoying. See if
Let's
Doohan
take
has
a look at the replay.
anything to say. No,
Now
he
the
doesn't.
action happens as they went into turn 6.
I'm going to start to push the tyres a little bit more,
So increase pushing status.
given that we know it's about to get much
Pace back
wetter.
up.
And we may be coming off these tyres. I think what I might possibly do, depending on how long it's going to stay wet, we may try and keep Max out. Like I say, it depends how wet it's going to get and for how long. Max will be able to hold on better than everybody else. But it might be worth maybe gambling with Norris to bring him in, put the silhouettes on and change that front wing, and then try and use that small period of time on the wets to try and get back into position again.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Or at least make up some of the time that we might lose.
The left rear is getting a bit hot.
Okay.
AI is absolutely going to make at least one stop, even if it's just inters to inters. Later in the race, they're going to make one stop. Charles Leclerc now looking to punch through, and does. And again, he gets us at a point where we are very vulnerable because we've got that lack of grip.
I just don't have enough pace.
Behind we have Albon.
It's going to be a bit of an uphill climb for Lando now to get back to the points. Checking on Max. Doohan's closing in on him. Not really closing that much to Freddie Vesti's new fastest lap of the race for Charles Leclerc, 139.5.
Yeah, confirmed.
Still need to wait another couple of minutes before we get an update to the rain system. Albon's all over the back of Norris now. It's going to be another very easy overtake. We're going to make things as hard as we can for the cars behind us now.
Try to stay in front.
Try and minimise the damage for Norris to his race. Just don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately. I think we're too easy to attack into this corner here.
And more energy available.
Confirmed.
Keep going backwards.
We're too
Burn
slow.
some battery, try and get back in front. There we go. We managed to get back ahead. Can we stay ahead?
On.
I don't know.
Yeah, confirmed.
Probably not. Right. Big rain is about to hit the track in a couple of minutes. And here comes Albon again. No, Ward is there as well. Yeah, we are suffering with that front wing.
Just look after these tires.
Confirmed.
Always hurts more in the wet than it does in the dry. Especially when your car is crap. Yeah, we are going to need to make that stop. Probably with both drivers. It looks like it's going to be a sustained period of wet. So let's hammer the tyres.
Let's get after these cars in front.
Bortoletto gets ahead of Liam Lawson. Max has caught up to Freddie Vesti now. And here comes that big water. It's just crept up slightly. And start creeping up a lot quicker, very soon.
Currently P8.
And Leclerc's hit the pits. He's hit those pits early. Perhaps a lap too early. Hold still. Hold still. God damn it. Ah! We missed the entire pit stop. So, full wets for Charles Leclerc. Here comes the big water. Change that front wing as well.
Boxing this lap.
Okay.
Mode push.
Okay.
Keep battling away.
Okay.
Just try and open the gap up
Turns
between the
button
drivers
on,
just a little
please.
bit more.
Yeah, all good.
Norris is going to lose enough time without us having to stack
Cool
him.
the car.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, we've gone a lap early as
Yeah,
well.
I'm in.
No, we might get away
Box
with this.
area is very slippery.
Yeah.
Land in pit lane.
Be careful, slippery pit wall.
Could have got another lap. Never mind. Nice stop there, 1.9. A little bit quicker would have been nicer, but it's not bad. It's going to be a bad stop for Norris because of the wing change. 8.2, that's not too bad.
No
He's away, and he's actually ahead of Colapinto, so it's not a complete disaster.
Currently P17.
It's not all the way at the back of the grid. We're going to absolutely destroy these tyres if it doesn't get really wet really
Car
quickly.
behind is Leclerc.
Oh, God, look at this. It's going to be less than I thought. Oh, shit. What would I think about taking all the fuel out and running conservative on fuel for the race? I mean, it's doable. It's not necessarily always the best
Push now,
idea.
everything you have.
Yeah,
Depends
confirm.
on the track. Depends on how hot the car
button
temperatures are
on.
going to be.
Confirm.
Because the weather's going to be like baking hot. You'll be quick off the line, and then you'll be vulnerable. Especially if you've not got a great car, you'll be vulnerable in the braking zones every single lap while you're in battery in fuel saving. Right, at least
We are
everyone
good
else
for
is
the moment.
boxing, so we haven't
Yeah,
taken
confirm.
this, this pain alone. One thing it has allowed us to do is fire the temperatures up to the right temperature very quickly on one lap. Still quite a few cars that haven't stopped. We will come out behind Bortoletto and Russell. Sainz gets out ahead of Norris. We've got a yellow flag. Don't be a safety car. That would ruin our Grand Prix.
Got the yellow.
Confirm.
It's a lock-up for Isaac at turn
Let's
one.
see what happened there. Heading down the straight. The wheels just lock up there. The conditions clearly causing problems for the drivers.
Has that dropped him behind Norris? No, it's dropped him in front of Norris. Behind Sainz. Right, so all those who are on intermediates right now are going to be struggling on the next lap. You just saw Lawson get past Drugovic. Watch how quickly that gap goes up. It might not be very wet for long, but it is going to be very wet. And those inters are really going to struggle. Russell gets past Drugovich. And it's not so much on the straights where he's going to have the issue, it's going to be the braking zones. Gasly is into the pits. We will get past Gasly. Is Drugovich going to box? No, he's not. Schumacher's staying out as well. Same for Porsche, Bearman, Lindblad, Vesti, Doohan and Albon. If they can toughen out and not drop too many places, this could pay dividends. But given that they are almost certainly going to have to put another set of inters on at some point anyway, probably is going to backfire on them staying out. See, Bortoletto is all over the back of Felipe Drugovich, trying to find a way through. Max is now right there as well.
Mode push.
Okay.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Yeah.
We'll line ourselves up. See how everyone just went diving past him there in the braking zone. And that is Schumacher in front who's struggling. Just killing the tyres because the wet period isn't long. Yes, essentially, yeah. Extracting the maximum out of these tyres because we're not going to be on them for very long. Watch how we go flying past him in the braking zone here. That's the difference between wet and dry tyres, or between, you know, inters and wets in these conditions. It's not so much the pace on the straights, it's the acceleration into and out, well, the braking into a corner and the acceleration out of
Car
it.
in front is Russell.
That's where the pace comes from.
Charge on.
See how much, even in harvest, we are closing in on the back of Porsche and Russell because Porsche is on the wrong tyres. We're already 2.5 seconds ahead of Schumacher.
Tyres are quite hot. Mode push, please. Mode push. Charge on.
See you later, Teo.
Really good job.
Even with harvest on there, he wasn't able to get into a position to attack us, and look how much time he lost in the braking zone and now pulling away while we are not pushing using the battery at all. Bearman's up next, and Bearman's on the wrong tyres as well. He's lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than everybody else. The track is going to start drying up soon. We don't have long left on these tyres. back in the slipstream. Now we'll pull out again and sail past him in the braking zone. Next up is Lindblad, who's already been left for dead by George Russell. Piastri, Antonelli and Soda have moved up into the front places. Get that nice little bit of slipstreaming going. Will be a breeze. There we go. Russell's already got past Albon.
Fantastic job. You are currently P9. Car ahead is Albon.
So deployed.
Confirm.
And Russell's going to get doing any second as well. Yeah, just swooped around the outside of him with so much more grip. Oh no, he tried, he failed.
Temperatures are going slightly up.
Confirm.
Damn, we actually got held up there.
Charge on.
Norris is kind of stuck at the moment,
Good job.
battling a lot of other people who are also on wet tyres. There we go, gets past Felipe. This is why I put his battery on. Oh, Felipe's on Inter, so we managed to punch our way past him.
Second.
He's dropped all the way down then. And it's starting to dry. Here we go. So this is like the last lap where we can really use these tyres
Mode push, please. Mode
to their
push.
absolute fullest.
Hold on, mate. You are currently P8.
It's a long gap, but can we get him in the braking zone? Hell yeah, we can. All right, let's turn our
Okay,
attention to
charge
Norris,
on.
because that was the last of the Inter runners.
You're doing a really
I know he's
good
got
job.
Vesti, but he's 3 seconds ahead.
He's 3 seconds in front of you. Cool.
Confirm. Yeah, confirm.
Live and death. These overtakes are going to be getting harder and harder to pull off as the track dries up.
Confirm. You are doing a good job.
Max will get the move in the braking
In
zone here.
2.6.
This is the last Inter runner in front of him.
Charge button on. Charge button on.
There we go.
Really good. Car ahead is Russell. He's 5.5 seconds in front.
So
touch
now
button
it becomes a
on,
question
touch button
of
on.
when do we stop? Because the AI could stay out a while on those wets. We may well be boxing at the end of this lap. I don't know how long those who are on inters are going to stay out. Their tyres are coming back to them every corner at the moment. We're almost back to the right conditions. Yeah, we're going to box this lap.
Box this lap, box.
Question is, how long will the AI stay out? Will this be a chance for us to
box now, box
close
for
the
Inter,
gap a bit?
switching Inter is much quicker.
Porsche is actually holding Hadjar at bay, and it's going to be very hard now for Hadjar to get through.
Box this lap, please.
He's got the inside line, I think. Yes, he has.
We're going to box for Inters.
And that is going to save him and actually allow him to get through.
Charge on.
Right, so we're boxing very early. These wets are still going to be relatively
Box there is very
effective
slippery.
for another lap or two. But not as effective as a brand new set of inters.
Plan the pit lane.
Slippery pit lane, be careful.
Another 1.9 second stop, not bad. A little bit quicker than the first one. We need a good stop for Norris. Again, not a great stop. So this is going to put Norris to the back again. Should be a good undercut. Potentially, it should be a very good situation because, look, we still got Vesti, who's now putting pressure on Bortoletto. Because Bortoletto's now on the wrong tyre. Vesti will be theoretically quicker.
At the end of this one.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. You can stop talking now. Theoretically, Vesti should be quicker because he's on the right compound, but those tyres have taken a lot of punishment. They've been on the wrong, the wrong tyre for quite a while, which will have hurt them as well. They will have grained an awful lot. Same for these guys, and these guys here. It's going to be kind of even Steven-ish kind of pace at the moment. We're in the best position we could possibly be in terms of we've got the right tyre with the most grip at the right time. But can we actually get enough clean air to use it? Norris can. Norris can potentially get a very nice little undercut going. Max, I don't know. Max might struggle. And I certainly don't want these tyres to overheat because these are our tyres to the end now.
Slow down now.
Yep.
We need to do the full
But
management on this set.
every corner, the track is going to be coming to us. As it gets drier and drier and
Try
drier.
to keep it smooth.
Confirm.
And just like we had a massive advantage in the braking zones, we are going to be getting to that in reverse, where inters will be much better in the braking zones than the wets. So we're going to go back on board with Max and start prepping some lunges.
Cool the car.
A little bit too far away on that one. I don't think we were going to get him, but I wanted to see how much we would close in. So, lap time wise, no time set for us because it's our first now timed lap on these tyres. Gashby did a 1:43.6. Let's see what he does at the end of this lap if he stays out and what we do. Those wets are now very much the wrong tyre. Now that we're below 3 mil, those tyres are going to be starting to burn up. They're going to be starting to fall apart very quickly. I would not be at all surprised if we don't see a flurry. Yeah, we're going to see a flurry of activity in the pits and see if Oscar boxes. Oscar and Antonelli have stayed out another lap, and that is a mistake on their part. That's a big mistake. Sonoda's in. That's for a set of enters. Is Lawson coming in? Yes, he is. They're going to stack them. Yeah, this is great for us that Antonelli and Piastri have stayed out another lap. Russell has stayed out another lap.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Okay.
You can see now we are very much where we need to be.
You are good to go. Mode push.
Look how much more speed we have through the corner. It's just very hard to get a line through this section to actually get the overtake, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
There we go. Battery helped us get alongside, and then we were through. We're in peak confidence right now. And Oscar is finally into the pits. Antonelli has stayed out again. Get past Porsche here as well in the braking zone. Another one into the pits. Whole load of cars into the pits. So that gets Max up to 11th place.
Charge on.
Norris is going to gain a couple of places here. Only a couple, but I don't think he'll get a Ward. No, Ward's already on track. Oh, he didn't quite get Gasly. But Piastri is now behind George Russell, who has still stayed out. And Yuki Tsunoda's right there with him. Piastri still can't get through. Now he gets through. There's no way George can fight that one off. I'm amazed George is still out there, if I'm honest. Same for Hadjar. Hadjar's still out there. Antonelli's finally into the pits. Let's see where he comes out.
DRS.
Yeah, confirm.
Russell boxes. A chance to get past Gasly here. We need to take it. It's so much harder to overtake in wet conditions with realistic racing compared to dry racing.
Confirm.
That's why I'm using the driving clean air, driver command, just to make sure that they do actually get themselves in a position to have a lunge in a braking zone. There we go. So we're through. Into top up.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
So Max is P10, ahead of George Russell.
The fastest lap time.
That's how much time George lost. But we're now right, we're right in front of him. And let's not forget, Vesti, Doohan, Albon, Lindblad, Bearman have not stopped at all yet. If they try and go the distance, their tyres could theoretically make it, but they will be really rough.
No management
Our
required.
tyres are comfortably going to go the distance. I'm just sapping a little bit of temperature out of these tyres while we're closing in on the back of Bearman. So at some point we should expect to see Vesti, Doohan, Albon, Lindblad and Bearman all dive into the pit. Same for Porsche, Schumacher and Drugovich. So those are potential positions up for grabs. New fastest lap for Oscar. It is a 1:38.5.
I'm pushing as much as I can.
Here comes George.
Continue, keep going.
I'm not in driving clean air, am
Okay,
I? No, I'm
remember,
not.
good push.
Oh, damn it, George has swept around me. Yeah, I'm just looking after our tyres.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
Is it a come on? No, it's not like that's how we roll. So now, how low is that track level going to get? And it's not going to get DRS, but it's going to stay low for a while. Get a little bit wetter, and then maybe a little small dip before it gets back towards about 3-ish mil to the end. Norris's tyres are a little hot as he's trying to find his way past Gasly still. Yeah, his race is ruined, unfortunately. That wing damage completely killed his race. So no points for Norris today, unless something interesting happens. Oh, Bortoletto has had an incident.
Single yellow.
Damaged his wing.
Yeah, confirm.
Doesn't look like he hit anyone else, just the barrier. How did he do this? I'm curious. Oh! Oh, yeah.
Hey, what happened?
He didn't break his rear wing. Somehow. Just his front wing. But I'm guessing he's going to have more than just front wing damage on that car now.
And you can use all the boost bar.
Confirm.
We don't need to worry about management on these tyres, just push it.
And try to cool down the tires as much as possible.
Yeah, okay.
I know I can run these tyres a little bit harder than I am doing, but I want to have that extra grip at the end to really attack.
Cool the car.
Let's see if we can catch out. Nah, George has pulled out as well. Is he finally going to get past Ollie Bearman? I think he might do. Max is just lurking.
Charge on.
George finally gets past Bearman.
And just a reminder on garage.
Bortoletto has been overtaken. Can we find a way through as well? He's making his car as wide as possible, annoyingly.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
But he's now going through the same pain that Norris went through earlier. Potentially worse, actually, because he hit the wall. And it wasn't exactly a soft impact, so he might have suspension or chassis damage on top of the wing damage. Whereas we just had a broken end plate on our front wing.
Mode push.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, nearly managed to throw it up the inside there. We'll use the battery, see if we can get him into turn 1 instead. Go around the outside. And we are through. And back into peak confidence again. Very nice. New fastest lap for... Yeah, Gasly. Norris is kind of stuck at the moment. Let's get some
And
battery
charge
back in the
button
car.
On. Charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
As long as we can get him into 18th or higher, that'll negate the loss of points by at least making sure we get some cash. But it does now put a big burden on Max. And Oscar's leading the Grand Prix, so this race is probably going to kill any chance we had at the Drivers' Championship as well. Because there's 24 points in Oscar's favour at the moment.
Confirm.
Oh, sneaky. Colapinto trying to punch his way through.
And we need charge button on.
Yeah, confirm.
I don't know if we can hold him off.
Use the energy.
Confirm.
Ah, damn you. I knew he was going to do that. Just nip in front of us like that.
I'm just so slow.
Continue like this. Gap to him 1.8.
Confirm.
Ah, damn it. I could see that was happening. He's going to hit the pits the second he slowed right down like that. Knackers.
Charge button on.
It does mean we are going to
Yeah,
start to
confirm.
see maybe some pit stops for someone else. Yeah, around this circuit, if you're trying to box at the end of the lap and you get side by side with somebody into that corner, inevitably you would just come to pretty much a standstill to let them get through before you hit the pits. It's annoying,
Car behind you at the moment is
even if
Gasly.
you're in the right position to just drive, around the outside line and then go straight to the pits. It
No
still
worries,
slams the anchors on. It's frustrated me no end of times when I've been on the receiving end of that. Max is close to George again.
Get those tyres temperatures down. Car in front is Russell.
We might start seeing some pit stops from other drivers soon.
This Focus is a long race.
The Bortoletto has changed his wing, but he still has damage, look, so that is either chassis, suspension, or both, damage-wise, to that car.
Charge button on.
And now Hajar's going to have a lunge. Can we hold him off? Yellow flag. And who's that for? Hadjo, I think. Yeah, because the gap was going up.
Right, we're down at turn 5.
He's just cut the inside of the corner.
That won't help their chances. Really, they must be careful.
Right, Pato gets past Schumacher, or tries to. Schumacher holds him off. But Award has got the inside line and will complete that move. There we go. Pato up to P14. Antonelli is back in front of Oscar. Thank you, Kimi. Sonoda's putting some pressure on him as well. Track starting to get a little wetter again. That will help keep the temperatures a bit more under control.
He's 0.5 behind. A long way to go. Charge on.
Just wants to give Max some battery to fight with when he catches George again. I am very wary of Bearman being close. I want to give him an opportunity to get ahead because he's definitely slower than us. If he gets in front, it'll be a couple of laps of trying to get back past him before we do again. And we'll have to burn the battery to do it. Russell is trying to get past Lindblad. Looks like Doohan and Albon are fighting. And Albon has claimed the position. And now we're starting to just put a little bit of distance back to Bearman again.
He's 1.3 seconds behind.
Sainz and Drugovich now swapping places. Norris just doesn't have pace. All the way down in P20 right now. I am really counting on those pit stops. It's going to be tricky to punch our way through at this rate. Bearman pushing at the end of the lap as he getting ready to box and using up the last of his tyres.
There's progress to be made.
Oh wait, is Norris still in defensive? He is. That might be potentially slowing him down a bit as well. Hasn't done him much good either because everyone's just breezed past him. So, yeah, we'll turn that off. Hopefully that'll speed him up a little bit. Just checking I'm not in that for Max. I'm not. We've almost burnt off all of that extra lap of fuel that we put in at the start. Almost, not quite.
Just do your best.
Burnt off 1.5 kilos so far. Better lap this time, 1:39.7. Let's see what Norris does across the line this lap.
Car ahead.
And we're stuck behind Freddie Vesti at the moment. Everyone is stuck behind Freddie Vesti. It's going to make this very hard to get through.
Remember, long way to go in this race.
We have to go full attack. And hope that we can punch our way up. going to be maximum bravery required in the braking zones. And hoping that there is a clear line for us to make that dive bomb.
Cool the car as much as you can.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
George is desperate to try and find a way through, but there's no way through for him because the two cars in front of him are fighting. Oh, nearly got alongside George.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And this time, he has a little look himself. I don't have much battery left, and I don't want to cook the tyres too hard for too long. Getting past George is going to be the huge stumbling block in this. By the time we do get past him, if we get past him, he might not have any battery to stop him from just flying straight past us again.
Cool the car.
George is the one who's going to punch through, or is he? He's backed out of it. I've got no battery left, and I'm going to have to cool the tyres.
Charge on, please.
Ah, damn it.
Okay, ramper mode push.
All right, Norris is starting to close back down to Felipe Drugovich. Starting to. Still a way off. And Russell finally gets past Doohan. We're past the halfway point, and I am wondering if these guys are going to try and go the distance on those tyres. Oh, well, Schumacher's in. So he's decided to box for a fresh set. That's a place gain for Lando. Decent stop.
Go back to doing lift and coast now.
Okay.
Increase lift and coast, please.
Yeah, confirm.
Russell's now stuck behind Lindblad, but he dives up the inside. Is this going to be an opportunity for me to try and get on do? Oh no, Lindblad's fighting him off. Russell has the inside line, he'll be through. Yeah, he's got that inside line. Tsunoda's got ahead of Piastri. Excellent. That's Oscar down to third place and only 15 points, not 25. That'll help keep us alive a little bit longer in the championship. We have got a couple of races coming up that will be kind to us. Or traditionally are reasonably kind to us. Not always. And now Drugovich boxes. And there's Lando. So that's another place gain for Lando Norris. And that is the 18th or higher that he needs for the sponsors. Porsche still out there. Hasn't changed his tyres.
And tyres are good to push.
It's a yellow flag. What's that for?
Still
Who's it
margin
for?
to push a bit harder through turn 6.
Max is still going. It's Porsche running a little bit wide.
Look at the Mercedes.
And that's going to cost him his position there.
Oh no, that's not quite what they would have wanted. Fighting with the car, just a little perhaps.
He's got sights all over him now. He's not that far ahead of us. He's about 4 or 5 seconds ahead of us.
Charge on.
Yeah.
Right, we've got some battery to help us overtake again. We might not need to at this rate. Doohan and Lindblad might just throw themselves into the pits out of our way. That would be ideal. Albon is now the car that's causing the block because he's got ahead of Freddie Vesti. And look at the gap from Albon through to these guys who've made multiple stops. Albon has stayed out in that same set and he's now nowhere. We've got another yellow flag. And it's Porsche again.
Nothing at
He's
this
starting
point.
to struggle.
Oh, and the car locks up. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
He stays out, but he might have to box soon just simply because of the lockup. And once we stop pushing the fuel look and stop pushing the braking zones, the tyre temps are more manageable.
Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
We can run them at this pace for longer than we could before. But that's not ideal. We want to do both.
No lift off needed. You are doing a good job.
Yeah, okay.
No more lift and coast.
Yeah.
Vesti and Lawson are fighting. And Lawson had to back out of it. Couldn't stay alongside. But the guys who've made multiple stops are starting to punch their way through past all of the non-stoppers. We are at the back of this long queue
Yeah, a lot
now.
of rain.
Mode push, please.
Yeah.
Let's have a lunge. Can we get him in the braking zone? Ah, not quite. Can we get him into turn one? Yes. Can we immediately get past Lindblad? Porsche's down to 17th place. Has he had another mistake or has he just been overtaken? I think he's just been overtaken.
Do your best.
And we get alongside Schumacher. And we get through on Schumacher. No, Lindblad. Schumacher's all the way down here. And we get past the HiTech. Russell is the next car ahead.
But you're doing a great job. Car in front is Russell.
And again, everyone is stuck behind these two.
Charge on, please.
So Max is now in competition for a P4 finish. Which would be amazing if we can get P4 with Oscar in P3. We'd only lose 3 points to him today.
You've
And that
got
would
Russell
very
in
much
front
keep
of
our fading hopes of the title alive.
A long way to go.
We still have quite a few cars to get through first.
Charge on. And we need to increase.
And that's
lift and
Porsche
coast
into the
by
pits.
30%.
I knew it was coming. It was just a question of when. With Lando, we haven't really got much chance of moving much higher, so I want to keep his battery. It's not full yet, but I want to keep his battery healthy so that we can make sure he definitely finishes in the top 18. That's all that matters now, as far as Lando's afternoon goes, is making sure he finishes where the sponsors need him to.
His focus is a long race.
Charles Leclerc dive bombs Jack Doohan side by side, so he will get that move done, and he will immediately go on the attack on Lindblad as well. And once again, Vesti and Albon are side by side as they're fighting, and it's stopping everyone else from getting any opportunity to punch through. The gap now 25 seconds to the back of Oscar. Go to the helicam so we can keep an eye on that fight in front of us while we're charging up, getting ready for an attack of our own.
No worries, mate.
Oh, and Vesti suddenly dropped down to 7th place.
Pick up the pace.
And here's an opportunity for Max. Not quite close enough. But we should be able to get him into the hairpin. So now that Albon is not fighting against Vesti, it should be much easier for Lawson and Russell to punch their way through. Max is going for it already. Let's make sure he stays out wide.
Cool the car.
That's Lawson having a look at Albon in front. Can we jump George here?
Good job.
Ah, not quite. All right, back into harvest.
Charge on.
Norris is losing ground to Colapinto, but at least he's quicker than Hadjar.
There's progress to be made. Just letting George know I'm there.
Just look after these tires.
You can see how much tyre wear we've got left with 15 laps to go.
So no push.
Right, now we've got a slipstream from the car in front, which I think is Albon. No, it's not. It's Lawson.
Excellent work. For reference, you're currently P6. Car ahead is Albon.
Come on, get around
You need
Albon,
to
get around
keep
Albon.
your K1 usage down a bit, otherwise you'll just run out of battery and then you'll just be taken
Excellent,
away.
there we go, round the battery.
Charge on. Good job.
But Max is feeling feisty. He's trying to find a way past Lawson anyway.
Cool your tyres.
So there was us following through behind Lawson and getting the move done on Albon. Now we're up to P5.
That was good racing.
And we've got past George, and we've got a buffer between us and George as well. Temporarily, anyway. Yeah, still a few cars that haven't boxed. Ollie Bearman down in 15th. Lindblad and Doohan in 10th and 11th. Vesti in 8th and Albon in 6th. I think they are going to try and go the distance. Their tyres should make it, but they will struggle for grip. And we shut down Alex Albon there. Doesn't have the grip to compete with us there, where normally he would have been able to get, you know, alongside and through. Inter tyres don't lose their performance anywhere near as much as regular softs do. You know, they generally... It depends on the circuit. Depends how abrasive the circuit is. This one isn't too bad, but I mean, you can see here on a full push the predicted tyre wear from lap 20 to 57, or 21 to 57, is pretty damn good. So
car behind is now Albon. Gap behind 1.1.
right, Sainz and Gasly fighting. Gasly's really had a good race, all things considered. Tyre deck's been good for me. Yeah, I mean, to a degree. I mean, we've also looked after our tyres where we needed to give us this extra grip at the end over some of the other cars that boxed around us. And of course, we're fighting, or we've been fighting through some cars that haven't boxed yet at all. So they're still on the tyres they started the Grand Prix on, and their tyre deck is going to be a lot worse than ours. Question now is, do we have the pace to hunt down the quickest car on the grid and take fourth place away? Piastri is not going to get the win unless something really bad happens to Antonelli and or Tsunoda.
Car behind is Albon. Okay, let's get on it. Still everything to play for.
And I think
we need lift
we
and
should
coast.
have just a little bit more pace than Lawson.
Charge on.
Let's try and squeeze some more battery into Max's car before Russell gets through on Albon. Norris is closing in on Bearman, but as I say, Bearman yet to stop, so there's no surprise there.
What about tyres?
I'm good.
The important thing is that we stay ahead of Hadjar, and Hadjar was quicker than us by over half a second on that last lap.
Mode push.
Let's see if we can get a bit of turn into the final hairpin here. I can never remember the turn numbers for this circuit. get alongside. Can we complete the move? Yes, we can. Excellent. So that takes away the heat source in front of our tyres. We've got no battery left.
Currently P4. Piastri is now the next car.
And we're not going to catch Oscar. Not in the remaining 12 laps.
Just cool down the tyres as much as you can.
Okay.
Charge on.
But now we're ahead of Lawson, so as long as we can stay ahead of him, we will overheat his tyres.
Maintain position.
And we've got a yellow flag. Please be Oscar, please be Oscar. It's not. George running wide. Trying to get past.
That's where they slightly run off.
Loses out
and they might want to take
to
a look
Charles
at the floor of the
Leclerc.
car there because
Wow, Leclerc's suddenly come through and he's under real pressure now from Arvid Lindblad and potentially teammate Vesti's right there as well. Yeah, Leclerc is fighting through well.
Okay to push harder through 6 and 7 if you can.
Still closing in. Bearman did a 143 last lap. Those tyres are really starting to struggle. Are we going to see some late punctures? I don't think we will, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible either
that getting a bit hot.
We might actually
Okay.
have a chance of points here with Lando. Now that we've got Max into a strong position,
More energy available.
let's see if we can do something
all
here
good.
with Norris. I don't think we would have a chance, but
No lift off.
the
needed.
gaps have closed
You are
up
doing a good job.
dramatically, and now
Yeah, confirm.
we're just a hop, skip, and a Bearman away from getting onto the Russell train.
Tire phase update when you can.
Tyres are okay.
And some of the cars in that train have bad tyres. Lindblad, Vesti, Doohan, obviously Bearman. Hope we salvage a point with Lando. That would be an incredible fight back. Because we haven't had
Gap to
a
him,
safety car.
1.8.
We haven't even had a VSC. We've had a couple of
Race is
single
long.
wave yellows here and there. No retirements. Gasly gets past Doohan. It's another car falling back. And look at this, right on Bearman. We are right on Bearman.
Yeah, confirm.
We got him. And Cole Pinto's past Doohan as well. So the next car should be straightforward as well.
Confirm. Might need to pick up the pace a little bit.
10 laps to go. Max in 4. Not going to get any higher. Could still drop lower. Norris now P16 and looking to make the move on Jack Doohan.
Right, let's concentrate.
Confirm.
Oh, he squeezed me. You bastard.
Yep. Confirm.
We've got him. Oh, Gasly. Mistake from Gasly somewhere. Sainz and Ward fighting. Colapinto and Gasly scrapping away in front of me. We're out of battery again. And the tyres are too hot. We're P15 now.
Charge button on.
And a point.
Charge button on.
It's only 3.5 seconds in front of us. And a fair few cars as well. Doohan's in the pits. It's a very late stop for Jack Doohan. He's taking those tyres as far as they can go safely.
Gasly in front.
So, now all eyes turned to
going.
Albon, Lindblad and Vesti. They're the only three that I care about now. We're comfortably clear of Bearman. He's gone wet. Oh, wait. Are we going to get some wet weather? I don't think we are. I didn't even pay attention to the water level. It's too big a gamble. It's an unnecessary gamble. I don't know why Doohan's gone wet tyres. He's still got plenty of enters. Maybe they know something that I don't. Maybe our radar is just not telling us just how wet it's going to be. Let's go back to Norris.
Okay, next guy in front is Gasly.
Max now breaking away from Lawson. Let's stamp our foot on the accelerator and
like
stamp
this.
our authority on P4.
Let's concentrate on clean laps as fast as you
Look at the
can.
spray.
Okay.
Yes, it is so much wetter than I realised. Sainz gets past
temperatures
Vesti.
are going slightly up.
So Sainz up into the points. Now Ward gets past Vesti. Vesti dropping like a stone. His tyres must be shot. Bearman's closing back in on me because I'm a little bit slow myself at the moment, trying to get some battery in the car. But still, everyone's queued up behind Alex Albon. Russell is finally free and clear of him and back onto Charles Leclerc again. Let's tell Max to stop driving defensively and hopefully that'll speed him up a touch more.
And charge button on. Charge button on.
There's Vesti and Colapinto, Gasly, and there is Lando.
Gap to him, 0.9.
We're going to just fall short of our chance to get points as Lindblad now drops to 10th. Bearman's into the pits.
Gasly in front.
We're going to go full push on these tyres from now to the end. Still haven't been able to completely get rid of Lawson. He's still lurking in the background.
We need to do more lift and coast. Please increase by 10%.
Is Bearman going for wets? He is. I mean, it's wet enough for the wets to not be completely horrible, but they're not the best tyre choice at this stage.
So deployed.
Ah, nearly managed to squeeze up the inside. Is it going up again? Ever since I noticed the water level, it's crept up by 0.09 mil over the last 3 or 4 laps. It might eventually get to 4 mil, but I don't think it'll get to 4 mil in time. Damn it, pulled out the slipstream.
Yeah,
Come on, get alongside. Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
Keep driving through. Not close enough to get past Bestie. Oh, here comes Gasly.
Cool.
Ah, he squeezed me. He squeezed me off the track. You git. Watch this. He squeezes us through turn 2. There, just squeezed us off the track.
Let's go.
And we're back to square one again.
Suggests that you can reduce the amount of lift and coast at turn 1.
I'm looking at Doohan's lap times and they're barely quicker than Porsche at the moment, who's got issues. He's barely quicker than Max. As Vesti now drops down to 14th place. Yeah, we are going to miss out on points, unfortunately, with Lando. They can at least make his finishing position a little bit more respectable. Hadjar is right behind us now. Oh, that's a puncture. Freddie Vesti's punctured. Which means Albon is in serious risk. And so is Lindblad.
5 laps to go.
Okay.
How no contact out of the game. The game only really has contact in very specific situations. When someone gets a puncture like that, you know, or you make a very, very late lunge in a braking zone, the car in front usually just flies out of the way. Vesti makes it back to the pits. It's getting drier again, so the gamble for wet tyres, which did not understand at all, is certainly not paying off. Is Vesti going onto wets? Well, we'll find out when he finally gets back to his pit box. Yes, he is. Wet tyres for Freddie Vesti. But the track water level's going back down again. Slowly. Just as slowly as it crept up. It may possibly hit 4 mil on the final lap. It's certainly not going to be...
Charge button.
It's certainly not going to be wet conditions to make it worth putting those tyres on.
No lift off needed. You are doing a
Russell gets past Charles Leclerc. That takes a couple more points away from Ford. Thank you, George. Now to stay ahead of him.
DRS.
To go.
Yeah, okay.
Confirm.
Coming through, and this time we're squeezing you, Gasly.
You are doing a good job.
Not able to get past Lindblad that time.
Tyres are quite hot.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the tyres are hot.
Charge
Doesn't
button
matter.
on.
we get past Lindblad and Albon punctures, that'll be heartbreaking because we'll be just one position short. We need to get past Colapinto as an absolute minimum as well. There we go, we've got Lindblad. Now we need to get past Colapinto and hope that Albon pits or punctures. Or punctures and pits.
You are doing a good job. Keep it like this.
There are 3 laps remaining, including this one.
Okay.
Tyre temps, 105 degrees. They are absolutely on fire. Just saw sparks in front. It was a skid plate though from Alex Albon, not his tyres exploding. That is him just in front of Colapinto there, by the way, as O'Ward's got through. Right, stay in the slipstream. Don't pull out too soon. Albon is slow, so slow. Colapinto's closing on him. Come on!
And you can
Stop
use
trying
all
to
the
pass him and
boost
pass him. Oh my god, he nearly squeezed us out.
In front we have
Alright, we got the move done on Colapinto, just.
1.0 now.
That was tough. We're going to watch the replay on that one.
Race is long.
I was hoping for a better shot than what we... just a slightly tighter version of what we just watched. Never mind. We've got the move done. We're going to go up the inside of Albon in the braking zone.
1 lap to go at the end of this one.
Okay.
It's P10 for Lando Norris.
Start button on.
I don't know how we've managed to do it, but we've managed to do it. With 2 laps to go, we've made it back to the points somehow for Lando.
Right then, we can take a look now. Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. The opportunity begging to be taken. And Lando says, well, thank you very much.
Lando says, Mega. Right, we've opened up that gap now. I'm going to ease Max's tyres down now because no point risking
Just cool your tyres.
something suicidal happening.
Go back to doing lifting
Norris
curves
needs
now.
to just push a little bit longer just to open up that gap because Colapinto's going to get past Albon very quickly. Save some battery as well for the
Touch
inevitable
on.
fight on the final lap. I don't think we're going to catch O'Ward, but you never know. Final lap begins for Kimi Antonelli, who leads Yuki Tsunoda by just over 4 seconds. Oscar Piastri nearly 6 seconds further back. Then it's Max, a whopping 29 seconds behind Oscar, but now 3 seconds clear of Liam Lawson. Leclerc is back ahead of George
Behind we
Russell.
have
Damn you,
Albon.
George. Colapinto
After him,
gets past
1.8.
Alex Albon. We are within
keep
a
going.
second and a half of an extra point for Lando Norris. He's still driving clean air, isn't he? God, turn that shit off quick. Let's turn that off as well. Keep him in the slipstream. Colapinto is going to be pushing hard.
Start the last lap.
Could bake some eggs on my tyre temps. Absolutely, I could melt skin with my tyre attempts.
Gap to him 1.7.
Alright, let's concentrate.
Just get some coffee beans in a bag, attach them to the back of the car, so all the boiling hot spray coming off the tyres goes in and makes myself a cup of coffee for when I finish the Grand Prix.
Gap to him 1.7.
Right. Yeah.
Continue like this.
Is there anything left? Oh, Gasly's got ahead of Colapinto. We've got a yellow
Use
flag.
the energy.
Oh, Lindblad. Lindblad's punctured.
But
Porsche
this is
has
what
run
happened.
wide.
Look at the Mercedes. Oh, we've seen a few go off the track there. Well, hopefully not a sign of things to come.
And Lindblad has punctured as well, so his race is done. I can't believe he was still out there. Albon's still out there as well. Back to Norris. Antonelli wins the Grand Prix.
Mercedes there, picking up the win.
Astounding. I don't think anyone would deny them their victory lap after a race like that.
And Colapinto gets back ahead of Gasly again. We are 1.4 seconds, 1.2 seconds. Are we going to be close enough for a lunge in the final hairpin? The gap is coming down. Are we close enough?
That's the
No,
checkered
we're
flag.
not. Ah, so close. We're out of battery now. And there's not enough time to align anyway. It's going to be P10 for Lando. Max finishes in 4th.
Really excellent work there. Thank you. Mode slow,
It's 10th
please.
place somehow for Lando Norris. What a fight back that was at the end. I thought he was done and dusted. I really did. But looking after the tyres as we did gave us that little bit of extra grip that we needed to pull that off. We couldn't quite get Pato as well. Another lap and we'd have had him. But yeah, what a race that turned out to be. Did not have high hopes. I thought Max was destined for like 8th or 9th. I thought Lando was destined to maybe get 14th or 15th. And in the end, we got multiple places higher with both.
Today from Max Verstappen.
That really was such a strong performance. And they come away from today with a top 10 finish. Amazing. Really, really good for the team.
But just look at this. The overwhelming excitement for those celebrating this achievement. That's a top 3 finish for the Mercedes driver after a real nail-biter of a race. He had to work hard for that one.
What a great way to take their 3rd win this year. They've definitely found their form.
And after a hot and sweaty Miami Grand Prix, I think this is as good a time as any to cool off. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And with that, our weekend in Miami now draws to a close.
For the next round, the teams are traveling to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve for the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal.
So, confirmation of the final result. It is art imitating life, as it's a win for Kimi Antonelli, although this is not his first win. Then we have Yuki Tsunoda in second. Oscar finishes in third. but Max was able to get up to 4th, so we only lose 3 points to Oscar Piastri. I think the gap's now at 30 points. We'll check that in just a second. Liam Lawson gets 5th place, 6th place for Charles Leclerc to get a really good points haul for Ford in the Constructors over us. That faint hope of challenging for the Constructors standings looks pretty much done and dusted now. George gets P7. He let me down in the end by letting Leclerc back through. Good result for Sainz after both Ferraris were out in qualifying early, and neither really had terrible pace today. They were okay, but 6th place. 6 places gained, so not too bad for Sainz. 4 places gained for Pato, so more points for Pato. It's too late, buddy. We've already taken you out of that seat for next season. But I'm sure the team appreciates your efforts. And Lando Norris somehow fighting back from the back of the grid to get himself a point right at the end. A little bit further down, Colapinto had a great race. Look at that, starting from the pit lane to take 11th place. Almost nobbled us for that final point as well. Then it was Gasly from Schumacher, Albon, Drugovich, Hadjar, Porsche, Doohan down in 18th place, Bearman in 19th, Vesti in 20th, Bortoletto down in 21st place, and 22nd for Lindblad with that last lap puncture. So, in the driver's standings, the gap has gone up to 30 points now. Oscar leads with 252 points to Max Verstappen's 222. Leclerc in 3rd loses ground to Max by 4 more points, so the gap back to 40. That gives us a little bit of breathing room. And Antonelli, who I tipped as a dark horse for this season, has now got himself within 2 points of Charles Leclerc after picking up another win. He's on 180 points. Yuki Tsunoda on 168. Then it's George Russell moving ahead of Arvid, who failed to score today by 1 point. He's on 125 to Arvid's 124. Lando on 119, just 5 points further back. Then it's Sainz with 100 points. First Ferrari driver to hit triple digits this year. Ollie Bearman, no points for him. He stays on 75 and is now 25 behind his teammate. Then it's Alex Albon with 60, 42 points for Gasly, 41 for teammate Hadjar, 39 points for Bortoletto, 38 for Porsche, 37 for Drugovich, very close from 12th down to 16th. And Lawson bringing himself into that conversation as well. 10 points today puts him up to 17th place with 31 points. Down 1 into 18th is Franco Colapinto, no points for him today. Or for Schumacher, who's on 17, Doohan on 15. Pato's points moves him up a place to 21st. And Freddie Vesti now drops to the bottom of the pile with just 5 points. In the Constructors' standings, Ford pull out another 10 points on us. They are now on 434 points. That puts them 93 points clear with 4 rounds to go. Admittedly, we've got some sprints to go, but yeah, I don't think we are going to be able to catch them now. Then it's Mercedes on 218 points. Actually closed the gap to us by 12 today. They're on 218 now, but we still have a very comfortable lead over them. We are 123 points ahead. Our target, of course, remember, is 3rd place. So we are very comfortable to that at the moment. Aston moved past Ferrari with 28 points scored. They're now on 199 points. And then it's Ferrari with 175. No points for HiTech season, stay on 141. 6 points for McLaren, moves them up to 130. Then it's Williams with 99, TGR with 83, 52 points for Audi, and 32 points now for Maserati. Let's take a look at the pit stop challenge. We just about made it on the board with Max's stop there. We got 2 points. Ford massively outscoring us today with 26 points. They get 1st and 10th. Ferrari picking up 2nd, McLaren 3rd and 6th, HiTech taking 4th, Mercedes in 5th. Then it's Gasly's TGR in 7th, 8th for Aston as well. So we are losing ground in this competition too. There we see it is 277 points now for Ford, Ferrari on 258. We are falling behind very quickly 239. No points for Williams, though, so we do have a little bit bigger gap to them. We are 19 points clear of Williams at the moment, but it looks as though, the fight with Ford is probably over, and we're going to struggle, I think, to stay with Ferrari at this point. Our pit crew just does not seem to be clicking at the moment. McLaren moved past HiTech. They're now on 144 points to 136 for HiTech. Aston with 118, TGR on 106. Then a big gap back to Mercedes. They are now up a place into 9th. They're now on 50 points, one ahead of Audi, and Maserati at the bottom with just 19 points. There you see a summary of our stops. So, 2 1.9 second stops for Max. First stop for Lando, we had to change that front wing, so that was never going to count. And the second stop, just not quick enough. So, bit of a shame, but hey, we got a point out of him. And both drivers also hit their sponsor targets, so another 900k added to the bank. Right, next race is tomorrow. That is a sprint weekend in Canada. Let's get ourselves back to HQ, start prepping for that, and see what else we can get done before we head north of the border. So, my thanks to you for sticking around through that race after the little technical issues we had there at the start of the Grand Prix itself. Hope you've all enjoyed the Grand Prix. Goodbye to those who are leaving right now. Hopefully the rest of you will stick around for a few more minutes while we get this prep and everything done ready for tomorrow. Ian Gregg has gone up to a 95 overall. He really has come into his own since we decided to stick with him. Let's dive into the board first. See what the board thought of the Grand Prix. They should be happy. They should be delighted. They were satisfied. Wow. 4th place and a second car in the points just. And they were only satisfied. Wow. Their expectations are certainly high. Certainly high. But we are well on target to beat our season objective. And we're now 15 out of 12 on the long term, which we've already long since completed, so we're going to get a very good response from the board for targets going into next season. We do have some debt at the beginning of this month, unfortunately, but we can bump one of these off, and hopefully both of them off pretty soon. Let's dive into the inbox and see what has broken on which car. We also have a brand new ATR starting today. We've got some money, but I don't think we've got a slot left yet, have we? We'll check. Right, let's have a look. So, just that front wing failure. It's not showing the broken front wing on Lando's car. Maybe that's what it's referring to. I don't know. It can't be, because it's something we've got to change. That's a bit weird. Alright, down to just one spare front wing again. Change design. Manufacture. It's a quick load, just doing it. We'll get 2 more of those done. And that will get us through to the end of the season, I hope. Right. What else are we looking like for parts? We've got more chassis coming. More front wings coming. We are good now on rear wings, side pods, underfloors and suspensions. That should now carry us through for the rest of the season. Do we have a slot available? Not for a day. 1 day, and then we can get our next project started. And I think I might... Oh, let's throw... No, that's not what I want. Resume. I always do that when I want to come here. hit the settings by mistake. So I know I'm sacrificing that and I'm sacrificing that. My front wing looks like that. My rear wing looks like that. There's not that much difference between the two wings. I mean, yeah, there's some, but we've done a lot of small projects on that as well. Underfloor has had a project. Is it suspension? We haven't done a... No, we have done a project on suspension. So I guess then we save that ATR and throw it on the front wing. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll save the hours. We'll wait till that front wing project we've got going finishes. And then we'll do another front wing project and drop all the hours onto the front wing. Just to really try and prevent that from falling off a cliff. I really do wonder exactly what everything's going to look like next season. We do have some stuff to fix in our facilities, don't we? Oh, suspension sim's gone as well now. That's going to cost me 2.6 mil, which is an upgrade 10 mil. I might wait and try and just upgrade that. That's a cheaper refurb that we can afford. But the losses are pretty negligible at the moment, so I'm going to hold off on that as well. Actually, how long is that going to take? 25 days. Yeah, we'll hold off until the end of the season and then try and get it refurbed ready for the next season. Car park test centre is going to break soon as well. Getting that and this refurbed are more important, I think. What else is dangerously low? Oh god, hospitality, that needs to be done. That's cheap, that's good. Helipad needs to be done. That's cheap and quick as well. Excellent. Weather centre, I don't care about the weather centre till next season. Memorabilia room's going to go. We've got to make sure we get that refurbed ASAP. So I've got 3.2 mil. I can't now afford to do a project and refurb the suspension sim. That's 2.6 mil, which would leave me less than $1 million, and I need $1 million to be able to do the next project. However, we are about to tick over into November, so we'll get a little bit of money through from the board and prize funds after wage bills and operating costs are taken out. So we'll get maybe $1 million or so, just over that. So we can maybe get the suspension sim done after all. Let's advance time. There is the underfloor project done. Let's get something new started. So... choices. Do another underfloor. Might be a good idea. Might be a good idea to do another side pod. Try and minimise the engine cooling loss for next season. Let's do that. Let's add another 2% onto our engine cooling. There'll be another project that ends towards the end of November and give us time to get one more project done to replace it before we hit the end of the year. There we go. So we're down to 2.2 mils. Not quite enough just yet to get the suspension sim refurb started. So there are the gains that we've just made with that latest research project. Gaining some good expertise, hopefully. I don't know if this is what our performance is going to be next season after the regs hit. We'll have to see how that shakes out. Okay, let's check in with our affiliates. Once again, we only get to see Jack. We don't get to see any of the others. Let's go and have a quick look. We need to check in with Hugo as well, see if he actually had a race this weekend. His stats are looking much better now. What's he actually training on? It's unbalanced at the moment. Okay, let's change that. Let's get him on that. Cornering, smoothness, adaptability, and reactions. I really would like to improve its accuracy a bit more as well. Is there anything else I can do to boost it without... Not really. Not without potentially boosting something that doesn't really need it. Yeah, we'll put him on... we'll put him on long run pace for the last couple of months of the year. So, was he in action this weekend? Let's take a look. We want to go to Grand Prix. F3. Yes, he was in action in Miami. And, oh, he did not win the race. He did win the sprint. But Elena Mazur beat him. What happened to... our usual suspect, Nikita Bedrin, all the way down in 27th. Up to Bedrin. Where did he finish in the sprint? Yeah, it came 22nd in the sprint as well. Wow. Really bad weekend for Bedrin. So that has put the championship to bed. How many rounds are left? There's only one round to go. And that's Sao Paulo. So Hugo is the F3 champion because there's no way he's going to get caught now. There you see, top with 329 points, 181 for Bedrin. I don't think Bedrin can be caught either. I think Sammy's too far behind to catch him. There's Elena, a new gen driver, 66 rated. Let's have a look at her profile. How old is she? She's 25. Yeah, it's too old. Too old to be useful with that low a rating, unfortunately. Main drivers. Do we have any kind of improvement for Lando? Nope. Of course not. Alright. One more day to go. Monthly car report. We always ignore that because it's always bad. Let's see. Rumour mill. Suspension for McLaren. Very good suspension, apparently. And working on a new front wing. So these guys are still designing parts. McLaren are only just ahead of us, remember, in terms of performance, or at least in terms of development. They are slightly ahead of us, but they're still working, actively working on improving this year's car. So that's taking a slot, or at least a slot, away from research for next season. Spotlight on Ford. It's going great. Christian Horner is looking smug, as always. They are first in the championship and first and third in the drivers' standing. So there we go. There is your breakdown. We've got that nice 40-point lead over Charles Leclerc, and we've got a 30-point deficit to Oscar. And then this gap is probably too big now for us to try and overhaul. But we are very comfortable over Mercedes. Bigger gap to Mercedes than there is to Ford. So that's all good. Let's do the pit crew training to finish the stream off. And then we can go into a sprint tomorrow. And then a sprint the next day. Back-to-back sprint weekends, Canada and Vegas. Let's take a look at our cumulative fatigue. We're going in with no fatigue. Very nice. We'll come out of the Grand Prix. I can get maybe a day and a bit in. Maybe not even that. do that. We'll go a full day of speed training, down to 8%, and then 0. Get through that sprint weekend, come back out of it, and then we've got a 3-week break until we go to COTA, returning for the first time in a few years. And we will get some split training done. See if we can take anything further off our pit stop time. I don't think we can. I think we've hit a point where... Oh no, we did. We took a 100th off there. I was wondering if we'd hit the point where, while we're still capped at 94, we're just not going to get it any quicker. But we're not going to get much in the way of gains. That's for certain. And it's going to be a struggle just to keep our skill level where it is as well. Yeah, we're just kind of basically treading water. We're right on the cusp of the limits of what we can actually do. We need Will Courtney's aptitude rating to go up, because our pit crew is now suffering as a result. There we go, perfect. 9-0 into COTA for a normal Grand Prix weekend, before we then head south for Brazil the following month and the season finale. So let's confirm those changes. Just 4 rounds of the championship to go, 2 sprints remaining, and they are back-to-back, Canada and Vegas. They are our next 2 Grand Prix. It is the start of November, so we've got a little bit of cash from the board. Let's get that done. There we go. So we'll get that refurbed ready for next season. We will have to try and do the same with our car park test centre. Hopefully we'll have some cash for that. Oh, did not mean to do that. Shit. I can't save here, can I? Oh, I can. They're going to save on this screen. All right, so let's overwrite so we don't lose all that training and stuff I've just plotted in. Let's reload the save. That should take me off the target screen. There we go. Let me check that refurb just went through. Yes, it did. Excellent. Don't click that again. Jesus. Right, so that is it for tonight. I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. What a strange, but kind of exciting race. It's the second half of the race anyway, where we started working our way back up the order. Interesting choice of strategies from some of the AI today. Some of them tried to chance it, go without a pit stop, almost pulled it off for some in terms of actually going the distance, but it was certainly not the right call. Pace-wise, you can see how far behind they fell by the time that the end of the race came around. They just had no grip left whatsoever, and they lost a huge amount of time on the wets, when it was wets, and they stayed out on the inters as well. So, a novel idea, but just too wet for too long for that to really work. So I'm glad I didn't decide to try that. And then I went with a more conventional boxing for wet tyres. It definitely paid off in the long run for us. So, if you have enjoyed tonight's race, please do all the usual good stuff. Like, subscribe, share, hit that bell for notifications, all that good stuff. We will be back at the usual time tomorrow, 8 p.m, for round 17 as we head to Canada. We're in the final stretch. Championship decider will be on Friday at Brazil, but we've got Canada, Vegas, and COTA still to come. Back-to-back sprint weekends as well. Tomorrow and Wednesday will be our final sprints of the year. So lots of action to look forward to tomorrow and Wednesday, in particular with extended racing with that sprint. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you all again tomorrow. Until then, that's it from me. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.